necklace of Kali. Kali has a necklace of skulls from all of those she's taken out. But there's the root raksha seeds, and so I put those on like little skulls, like little brains, so they're not just dead skulls, they got new brains. I got an email yesterday by an individual, and he said, "These are my poems I've written over the past 2 years. If you would like to share them or read them on the live stream, I'm completely okay with that." And I want to read the first one. I learned to smile with shattered teeth, keep the quiet war beneath. Worlds can burn and skies collapse. I keep walking through the cracks. No silver tongue, no golden throne. Every mile I carved from stone. Hands still shaking, grip still tight. I drag my shadow through the night. This mask I wear is hammered steel, not to trick, but not to kneel. Every scar that splits my skin is proof that the blade did not win. I don't promise gentle days, mercy rarely walks my ways. When the pressure starts to climb, I become the shape of time. They said bend, they said break, they never saw the weight I take. I don't shout, I don't pretend, I just outlast what tries to end. Call it darkness, call it fight, I call it breathing through the night. If the world demands I fall, it'll have to crush me first, that's all. Oh man. That's some solid stuff. That's some solid stuff, Neil. That was not my work. That was not my poem. Somebody sent me a an email last night, yesterday, whatnot, and sent me a whole list of poems that they had written over the past 2 years, and asked me to share them. Or rather, said that they'd be okay with me sharing those. Some beautiful stuff indeed. And as I connect with it, as you connect with it, it truly shows like exactly where our hearts lie. I mean, where our experiences are. What's up, Joseph? Little bro, what's up? What's up? Oh, that was for Forsaken Kings. Okay, Forsaken Kings, cool, cool. Sweet. Yeah, I like those poems, they're great. I just gotta stretch. The word that came to me earlier today, the key word for today is bait. A lot of people don't think about bait. Not everybody goes fishing. And bait is going to be talked about today in many different aspects. And I've certainly fallen victim to other people who saw me as a scrumptious little treat. I think about that carrot on the end of a stick. And the carrot is a distraction. The whole time the carrot was a fucking distraction. The bait has always got to be shiny. It's got to grab the attention of whatever's looking to get caught in its hooks. There's a lot of different types of hooks in this world. There's a lot of people playing games to take advantage of other people. So the more we're aware of the different types of lures that people create in this world, the more we can avoid them. The more we can identify them and then point them out to other people. Because truly, when a family sees something, they let the rest of the family know. They don't keep it to themselves. We've lived in a world where they have isolated our communication through various methods. We talk about that regularly. You live it regularly. It's nothing we need to go over. But that's where I found the name of the game. I can't fight my enemy and win. That won't do nothing. Now to just put on a show, more people buy tickets, their whole world order and system continues to succeed. One of the things I've read in an ancient book, it said, I will expose I will expose you. I will expose all of your tricks. it's interesting because I don't see in the astral world so much, not physically, not like eyesight. Visions come in from time to time, but other people see them quite regularly. And I found out through other people sharing their memories with me that we truly do come together in that space, in that void, in that darkness, in what we call that dream space. We do come together, and in that resonation, somehow, some way, we find each other in the physical world. That has been what my experiences are. But just because somebody doesn't recognize it, does that mean it's not true? No. It just means I can't talk to them about particular details. I don't exactly have a freeness of speech because their mind is still stuck. It's experience that breaks us free from the old mindsets of the old. The only reason why my words connect with you is because you've had enough personal experience to feel me, to know what I'm saying, some shred of evidence you've experienced, you connect with in some way. That's the only reason why my words come together. And so, in all truth, in all reality, I'm not teaching you, I'm not showing you anything new. I'm just saying, hey, look, you did this and you did this. If you put them together, you'd be doing pretty darn good. Illness. Illness is another form of those baits, those lures. If you think about Alice going down the rabbit hole, a bait, a lure, it's going to have you chase it away. It's going to have you leave to chase what you just can't seem to get a hold of, because when you do, oofta, you can cure your own illness. What? You can. The first seed, the first seed to implant to your ability to cure whatever illness you have is the belief that you can. You can't try to convince yourself of it. You have to believe that you can. You have to believe that your body is capable of this, that your body is divine quality. We talk regularly about meditation and three forms of man, of human. We have the animal, the instinctive, or completely reactive. We have the individual, more along our level, making some advancement, making a little spiritual connection. And then we have our individual who is as the God, as the gods. That's why in those scriptures it says you are all gods. It's why we are taught how to activate our chakras, our energy centers, so that we can be active. Each energy point is like a different gear in the car that you can shift to. If it's not active, oh, I don't have second gear. Well, now I'm in trouble. Whatever the case, I'm going to have to adjust. There's certain things I can't do. There's certain maneuvers I can't do. I don't know much about cars. I can't, I'm not no sports driver. But there's people who do understand that you got to do certain things you can bypass, but then other things you can't do. And so, in those three forms of man, one being able to actively use all of their bodily, spiritual connections and abilities, all the way down to the animal, the instinctive, the reactive, the impulsive. And if we actually look at animals, most of them, they don't really kind of have free will. They're in their environment, they get to enjoy life. But as far as creating, well, that's a whole nother story. As far as imagination of creation, that's a whole nother. Dolphins might be in that realm. You know, all of this so forth. There's certain groups that have advanced minds, skills that they can actually perform, learn from, and do new things. Creators. And so our human bodies and others on this world, we are God-like, God individuals, God, goddess individuals. We have the ability to exert that type of influence upon our surroundings. We have that ability to be interconnected with each other telepathically, heart to heart, going around the world. If we do activate, if we do desire the connection, we can fire the ignition and get all of that resonating. We truly do have many different worlds right here. And everybody sees a different one. Everybody kind of stuck in their own. A lot of people completely pulled out of the collective and they went into their own isolated field. Could have been for healing reasons, could have been for tired of being hurt reasons. But when we chase that bait of illness, trying to find one remedy to the next, we can get lost in our connection to ourselves and our connection to the planet. I learned quite some time ago that there is a wonderful, wonderful remedy in nature, in fruit, in food, not just the things we see on the shelf, but when we investigate farther into other countries, into other cultures, there has been food on this world, serve it up, and damn, person gets a bunch better. Did you know watermelon seeds alone? Watermelon seeds have 32, 32 health benefits to the body. Did you know pink Himalayan salt has 84 vital nutrients that the human body requires to stay operating at optimal levels? Nah, just the white salt, right? Just that. Got one thing in it. Himalayan pink salt. 84 nutrients. Honey's awesome. Comes from the bees, has certain things we really, really need. And you got that sugar stuff, how that reacts to the body. I should say how the body reacts to that. And did you know maple syrup actually has nutrients that the body requires, actually has things, sustenance, more than just sweet flavors? Maple syrup, how powerful it is for our body. A lot of times we want to just go buy a pill, buy the latest thing with a pretty cover, and that'll fix my problem. The problem was created from ignoring one's own body, one's own self, one's own energy centers, one's own intuition, because that intuition that'll guide an individual to feed the body what it truly does require. It'll guide the body to find out about the things that are truly benefiting the body versus continuing on consuming products that wind up ultimately devitalizing the body, causing the body to shut down in neurological ways. Oh, people think I'm talking about drugs. I'm talking about packaged food that we buy at the primary grocery store. That's what I'm talking about. The ingredients within is bait to distract us with a problem. And most of us, heck, we can't afford to do anything about it. We don't have any way to be aware of anything, how to make that change. So I tell you, the connection with your own soul, the connection with your own heart will help you pay attention to your body more and more and more, and you will be guided to different things, whether it be on different channels or on TV or documentaries, or perhaps chatting with some family or friends, and this information comes up and you go, "Oh, watermelon seeds, 32 health benefits. I'm gonna definitely keep note of that. I'm gonna buy a watermelon next time I go to the store, and I'm not spitting the watermelon seeds out. I'm gonna stick them mugs in a blender, make a nice shake, and benefit from that." Am I a sadhu? No way. I would not officially by any person, though what I've been through, yes. What I can do, yes. Um, Interesting. I had learned that word upon my journey, and when I looked more closely into it, I was like, "Whoa, the divines have certainly been having me learn much, much more than one system of thought, than one system of connection." Sky Shadow, would you like a reading in particular? I don't mind popping out cards. I've got those right here. Uh, I was about to say on the side. Technically, they're on the side. They're not in front of me directly. But that's something we can definitely do if you would like. Okay, we'll do. Let me write your name down here so you say yes. Because if I don't write it down, I can tend to lose the order and all that good stuff. If anybody else does want a reading, I don't mind doing a reading. People often ask how much I charge for readings. I have found that the readings I do are rather quite beneficial for individuals, so I'd rather not. I'd rather not put a price tag on readings. Though I do have my GoFundMe that's attached to my main page. If you click my name and whatnot, if you go to my main YouTube page, it has a direct link to my GoFundMe. And if the reading does prove beneficial, if you are pleased by the reading, then most definitely, if you can, I appreciate a donation. And if you can't, or maybe you didn't, which would be rather a new event. What I say most, pretty much all, or pretty much, anyways, pretty good results on that end. But if not, or whatever the case, or if you don't have funds, no donation, that's okay. I'm not tripping. I'm not looking back at that stuff or anything like that. That's for sure. Okay, let me see if anybody else put down that they wanted a reading. Sky Shadow for sure. Uh, Very welcome, Imhotep. Okay, cool, cool. Are you Imhotep? Are you the one who sent the email and then like I waited some time, or like I read it and I just replied? Because I think so. And I read your response this morning, but it was like 2 minutes before I was jumping on live, so I didn't have time to respond. So I'll definitely get back to you. Very welcome. Very welcome. Um, As far as RHYSS Rise 1800, you said, can you please write me one? When you say write me one, would you like me to write you an email? Or are you asking for a reading, like a tarot or oracle reading? Clarify that in the chat log, and I'll respond after that. Super music. Let me write you down. Okay, super music, you'd be second. I haven't started them yet. Yes, that was you, Imhotep. Okay, super cool, super cool. Groovy, definitely. Yes. And thank you for sharing that with me, because sharing that information with me. I am those kind of things I'm very intrigued with. Paranormal activity to me is like hearing what my family was up to, and if I have enough details, like if then intuition connects, it it and I know it just comes to me. I put in what I put in, and boom, like you said, like you were very much aware. And for anyone out there, just sharing, if you have a spiritual, if you have a paranormal event, pay attention to the feelings you have. Okay, terror, fright, things like that, not good. But if you're at peace and you're calm, then that's definitely a friendly. Let me tell you the difference between a man made, a UAP, and a UFO. Something actually designed by ET. A UAP, what man tried to recreate, it emits bad stuff and it makes people sick and they get radiation poisoning and shit like that because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Not yet. But the ET ones, they could fly up right next to somebody and that somebody gonna be right okay. There ain't no problems, no bursting out, no radiation poisoning, no nothing like that. It's safe, it's good. That's the difference between man, UAP, and ET, UFO. We know what we fucking doing. They don't got their shit together yet. Anyways, Tommy Stevens said they want a reading. What's up, Tommy? I don't mean no disrespect, but I ain't thought about it in a while, and I love the Rugrats. You're Tommy Stevens, though. You don't have the same last name. All right, let's see. Do a reading for you. Okay, got your eyes? Yeah, definitely, we got you. Okay, hold on. Almost there. And for Bug Brian. Okay, Bug Brian and Forsaken. Okay. I used to have a best friend in grade school, in middle school, elementary. His name was Brian. He started working at a AMC 24 movie theater, and after like school and stuff. Anyways, I ain't seen him in a long time. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to do readings for, and and let's see, there was something. Oh, thank you, Emo Wudet. Let me do that. Boom, there you go. Okay, we're going to start on some readings very shortly. and then we're going to get to cards. So, what I want to point out here, I'm not kidding, okay? We were talking about bait, illness, and all of that was distraction away from you getting in tunage with your own body. Now, I more than encourage you to do the research. If you got a pen in front of you, if you got something you can take a note, or you got a good strong mental memory, cantaloupe, papaya, watermelon. Cantaloupe, papaya, watermelon. Go by the actual fruit, and each time what you want to do is use some of the fruit, use some of the seeds from each of them, throw it in a blender, add in whatever your favorite. I call it nut juice, okay? Because milk is something you from a teat, okay? It's a bunch of nuts, almond. It's nut juice. That's what I call it. Almond milk. You know, it's not almond, anyways. You know what I'm saying? But get whatever you like, juice, pineapple juice, or milk, whatever it is. I don't recommend cow's milk, Dave. And the reason why is because of the things they're pumping into the cows. Um, I personally have been directed by the spirit to no, it's not that the cow milk is bad, it's the stuff they're pumping into the cows. And what the cows' bodies are actually turning that stuff into, and us drinking that new mixture, you're getting a fucking cocktail of whatever the hell they put in it. It's a cocktail. It's not just milk. So just anyways, papaya, cantaloupe, watermelon, fruit plus a seed. Throw it in a blender with the juice, milk, whatever. And that, I'm serious, do that for 7 days, and you're going to notice a change in your health. You're going to breathe better. You're going to wake up smoother. I'm not kidding. Go to it. Watermelon, papaya, cantaloupe. I challenge you in the most loving of challenges. 7 days, every morning, every evening. One shake at least. Boom, boom. 2 in the day total. 1 in the beginning, 1 in the end. Your body's going to be like, those seeds are powerful. A reality is that my mom died of brain cancer. It wasn't, the cause was not brain cancer, but that's what brought her body to be so weak that death took her out. My mom loved cantaloupes. I did some research on cantaloupe seeds. My mom, will she go buy the cantaloupe, she cut it in half, scoop out all them seeds and throw them in the trash can. I cried so hard years after she passed away because of the amount of research I did. If she would have eaten those seeds she put in the trash, if she would have put them in a blender and drank them down or anything, if she would have consumed those seeds, she'd still be alive. They would have saved her life. The power within seeds is immense. And plus, they say you are what you eat. So if you become a big seed, then you can officially tell people, "Fuck you," and what you're actually saying along with the word, so that it's not a byword, or, like a bad word. The word "fuck." Technically, most people, a lot of people know, but it was an old invention, and it made a little hole in the ground, and then it dropped a seed. And there was a little machine or a little thing, and drop a little hole in the seed, and drop a little seed. So when you say "fuck you," and you yourself became one like seed, then you're implanting a hole in their mind, metaphorically, and putting a new seed. Here's a new thought. It's going to grow into something. That's the way my mind sees it, anyways. I like to be literal with my words. I do. I really do. Because if you just tell somebody "fuck you" out of nowhere, if somebody tells me "fuck you," I'll be like, well, I'll go home. I'm gonna have a good time. I'll make sure that happens. Sometimes that's why people are so stiff too. They just ain't had a good time. That sucks. Again, bringing back the attention to you, not the distraction of somebody else. Readings. We got 5 readings. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Let me grab my cards. And if anybody else is like, I want a reading, and you put it in chat log, I'm not trying to ignore you, but I got 5 lined up already, so I got to focus on those 5. And then when I'm done with these 5, then I can look back at the chat log and be like, oh, okay, I can do more readings or whatever the case. Okay. Boom, boom. So before we start doing readings, what I'm going to go ahead and do real quick. So this reading is for Sky Shadows. And then in between readings, we'll read a poem from Forsaken Kings. sky shadow. I ain't ever pulled a double, let alone let the double fall out. This goes back to a Egyptian oracle system. I'm getting the chills, bro, all over my body. That's interesting. Very interesting. Sakar. That's Sakar. Sakar. Essentially, there's something I learned on the ancient Egyptian system which allowed me to really work with magic, not just practice it, but to really work the words of power. And Sikar Netar means the divine plan. Sikar is the plan. Sikar plans it all. You got to plan the blueprint, but you know the whole thing before you write the blueprint. Plans come first before blueprints written. Well, we can rewrite that plan. We can rewrite that blueprint, that destiny, that fate. We could rewrite it every single day if we so choose. And even on the Jewish side, to any other real side, at night, when the sun goes down, that is the beginning of the next day. When the sun goes down, that day's done. New day begins. Doesn't start at 1 a.m., doesn't start at sunrise, started at sunset. Started when that sunset went down, when that sun fully went all the way down. Okay. The success that is promised by good planning is in danger because of pessimism, doubts, worries, so forth. So success is promised, but it's not looking too good because of essentially doesn't have enough optimism. It doesn't have enough support. There's not enough faith and belief holding up that this good can happen. Okay. No two things can occupy the same place at the same time. Divine law and order therefore guarantee all things in their day and their sun. Guarantee all things their day in the sun. The coming into being and the unfolding of all events in life are controlled by spiritual forces for the sake of maintaining order in the world. The spiritual forces maintain order in the world by organizing all things and their parts into a hierarchy of place and time. Regarding life events, we therefore do not make up the plans that we will follow, though we seek to intuit the spiritual structure controlling the events in our lives as ordained by the spirits. Incidentally, these structures or patterns that are woven into the energy and matter substratum are analogous to the patterns that are formed when sound vibrations are deployed over the surface of water, and so forth. They have been reproduced in many cultures and are known as Vevas, Yantras, etc. We often say things happen for a reason. And I looked at it many years ago before I learned this Egyptian oracle system And I said, well, they're happening, but they're happening for a reason. And I got to figure out why they're happening. Because if I can figure out why they're happening, then I can work in tandem with the divine. I can help these events move forward in a healthy mannerism rather than just get surprised every single time. Let me catch the omens. Let me see what these meanings are. People going on, people with a well-developed ability to concentrate, which enables them to intuit the spiritual structures underlying events, are said to be good planners. They also have the capacity to accept and appreciate the limitations that these structures impose on their thoughts, emotions, and actions, as these structures guarantee each thing its time and place for manifesting by maintaining order. These people are successful in their lives. Those who lack the ability or inclination to concentrate deeply enough to intuit the underlying structures of things either fail to plan or lack the capacity to accept and appreciate structures and limitations. Thus, they run into what they interpret as obstructions, delays, and so forth, and lacking help from other spiritual quarters, and end up with a miserly existence as they live like trains trying to run without staying on the tracks. Let me bring this into some real world application, like day to day things on this level. It talks about staying within limitations, okay? Because the spirits are essentially taking care of things. So that means right now I got to sit down and wait for those plans, wait for those arrangements to truly come into unison, and that manifestation is just going to happen around me. It's not something I can force to happen. I'm going to explain what I do. I'm going to explain myself. I know the spirits are formulating something for me. I know they're going to take care of whatever it is I'm anxious about or need or want or whatever that kind of case is. And so, thus, I sit where I am, and frustration may come out of me. I may play a video game, work some stuff out of me. I know those emotions exist, so I'm going to work with those on my own. I'm frustrated. It's not happening in the time span that I would personally like it to be. I know it's working. So I stay home. I stay within my own limitation. And even though one may lose their temper, but controlled within their own limitation, within their own ring, pass not, a ring that you don't pass out of, a safe field that you're within, then those actions are not getting in the way of what the spirit is planning, what they're arranging, what they're organizing. And that allows the miracles to happen, that allows you to express yourself, but not to be harming or damaging the work that is being lined up to walk into. Which literally leads me into the spiritual counsel portion. And this gives so much better worded verbiage. But it says, at receiving this reading, stop your forward movement to achieve your goal. Meditate on your objective in order to intuit the structure governing your undertaking, and thus come up with a viable plan, or see the viable plan. On the level of Sakar, the meditation process depends on the ability to still, to stop our thought process, to make the mind blank in order to sense the underlying structure of our undertaking. Now, although most people will not be able to attain this level of meditation, they should at least try to slow down the thought process in order to fully concentrate on the intuiting plan, drawing from past experiences. All things considered, those who are 56 years of age and up will be most successful, as their greater experience and lower metabolic rate will provide them with a greater abundance of food for thought and patience. It will be advantageous for young people under the age of 42 to receive this reading, who receive this reading, to seek the advice of capable elders. On another level, this oracle may be advising you to remember that pleasure is not in the things that are enjoyed, but is a manifestation of the spirit of the enjoyer. Thus, for the duration of the undertaking inquired about, you must withdraw your pleasure from earthly or personal things and place it in universal and spiritual things. This is a requirement for manifesting the powers of Ra, which have their matrices in Sekar, in Sekar, in this very energy, in this very aspect of what your life is literally within right now, currently, what you're working with. Um, and that's actually, a little bit to add to that would be that if what you want serves only the self, not enough. If what you want serves the self and others, whew, much better, much better. That's what we're aiming for, is to bring in something that will provide for more than just the self. And we start doing that, we start seeing our mind, our heart, the miracle can be larger, the effect, and so forth. And this one I pulled up right here is Gozanze Mayo. And this is the Wisdom King who defeated the three poisons. I'm showing them up to you again here. Om Sumbani Sumba Humba Jura Hum Fat. Om Sumbani Sumba Humba Jura Hum Fat. Om Sumbani Sumba Humba Jura Hum Fat. Relinquish your need for things. Think about what you want and who you want to do things for. Find a balance for those whose way of thinking is different from yours. You might be exceedingly capable and able to handle various jobs at once, but might you not also be a little selfish from time to time? Do people really want those things that you think you're doing for the sake of others? Take a step back and look at the whole picture objectively. Try to put yourself in their shoes. You cannot change people just because they think differently to you. Recognize the good points in others and find a way to walk with them, not control them. A deeper look here is that Guizanze Mayo is the incarnation of Ashupu Nyorai, full of righteous anger. The name Guizanze refers to the three worlds, the past, the present, and future, where he quashes the three poisons for the sake of humanity. The three poisons are attachment, aversion, and ignorance. That attachment is an insatiable craving for money or possessions and sex. Aversion, well, that's selfish anger. And ignorance is being unable to see things as they truly are because one does not know the truth. Guzanze Mayo erases our thoughts of darkness and helps to quell our anger. He also possesses the ability to defeat demons with the incredible strength that wisdom kings are known for. And so he brings forth a warding against disasters, inner virtue, which clears the path to enlightenment and victory in battle. And I want to put this one in the chat log so that if you would like to use this mantra, this will bring this energy to you. Or I really should say, it will help you realize that you are activating this energy within you. go ahead and include Sakar as a word of power for you as well. Boom. That one is for you, Sky Shadow there. And anybody who connected with that energy. All right, here we go. And let's see here, Super Music. Are you still here? Just let me know in the chat log here, Super Music. And I'll be happy to continue with that. Let me know if you had any questions or anything, Sky Shadow. Cool. Got you. Okay, Super Music. Boom. Let's get yours together here. I used to work at this metaphysical shop, and I really want to start work. I really would like to do that again, to be able to run one and all that kind of cool stuff. Anyways, um, but I would notice on Sundays it would be like really dead. I would expect us to be busy on Sundays, but we wouldn't have too much business. But Mondays and Tuesdays, man, I tell you what, these ladies will come by and they will want to get a reading, and I tell them about the sound bath I do with my sound bowls and stuff, and they'd be like, yeah. And but they would come in, they'd be like, I'm on my lunch break, I only got 30 minutes or whatever. They'd be like real quick about it. They'd be like, be as quick as you can, but they wouldn't like pressure me or nothing like that. And the only thing I could figure out what was actually happening was that the only thing I could figure out what was happening was that people were passing by on, going to church or something, and then people were like, ladies be like, yo, I'm interested in that, because, well, that's the way that works on the majority. And so then they came on their lunch break the next day or something, let me go check out the magic store, see what's going down over there. And so nobody else saw or knew about it. That's what I've been. That's what it seemed like to me, anyways. Because I wonder why we get so busy on Monday and Tuesday versus Sunday. So the first card we got here was Magic and Ritual, which is crafting sacred practice. I really love this book. The way the author words things is just beautiful. Effect in the external world can be created through inner practice. Magic and ritual can support your divine path now in the physical world, and you are encouraged to enhance your power with regular practice, regular working. The results that you experience will encourage you to continue with the practice as you grow in power, grace, love, ability, and wisdom, and apply your inner beauty to transform your outer world. And for us to grow empowered and potent on the path of ancient feminine power, we need to honor our knowing and being and cultivating this sacred working on a regular basis. The sacred working becomes the habit of growing our spiritual power and consciousness, like a garden needing regular care and watering to blossom and flourish. Our inner garden of the soul, where our creativity, joy, spiritual gifts, and bliss bubble away, also needs regular attention. Coming to our practice takes strength and inner will. Even though it can feel amazing, we still have to wake up, set aside time, and discipline ourselves to show up for our own inner growth. We will reap the benefits when we do, but we must allow ourselves to fall in love with our practice, to craft something that really speaks to us so that we want to do it. The desire and the discipline together help us engage with our practice, with our working regularly, and we can grow so fast it can be quite shocking. When an initiate shows particular promise, higher guidance will often encourage that they develop a regular practice to hone their spiritual and creative abilities and more fully manifest their divine potential. They will grow faster and stronger spiritually and be able to step into spiritual healing and leadership to greater effect. You are one such soul, dear initiate, and you are being guided to prepare for this growth and authority now with your sacred working. This oracle is guidance that you do have great power and wisdom within you, but you need to provide channels for it to flow and be active and empowered in your physical life. Sacred practice and working is such channel is it is such a channel. Without these channels, the ego is left to create on its own, which is not much fun at all. The ego believes in fear and separation, and no matter how much it may want to feel love, bliss, connection, joy, and fulfillment, it really cannot do it without your spiritual presence in life. Ritual and magic as a form of sacred working are recommended for you as a way to bring more spiritual presence into your waking life, to heal and support the ego as you learn to create a life that feels better and bring you and others more fulfillment. And I'd just like to add in, there's more good info, but as far with the ego as it's mentioning, it's as I mentioned it a few days ago, the way I personally see it, the ego is not something that needs to be killed. It is something that needs to go from animal to spiritual, like angelic to godly. Our ego can transform. It's not something we have to kill, but we need to transform. We need to create that proper environment. Anyways, jumping back to this. Sacred working with magic and ritual may involve any of the guided exercises that you become accustomed to. Choose what feels good for you and experiment with what might be a regular pattern of practice for you. You're worth the effort. Remember, whatever effort you do put in will be repaid to you in wonderful benefits many times over. Now, once you experience these effects, and it might only take a day, a week, or two for the effect to show itself, you will be more committed to continue. The effects are cumulative. As you continue to work, the positive effects continue to grow. And if you have recently started this working, this oracle is confirmation that it is working well for you, and you should not give up if you are not seeing the results that you had hoped for. They're coming to you fast. This oracle is also a confirmation that if you are considering making an adjustment in your sacred working, it might be time to do so, provided that you don't dismiss the gains you have already made with your current working and you remember that sometimes small changes can have big effect. ritual and magic practiced with clear intent to be of service to the highest good and to manifest through unconditional love accelerates your power and growth, particularly when it is based on what your heart truly desires. It might be about connecting more with your body, about stilling your mind, or expressing your voice or creativity. An example of a practice is outlined now, but it is simply an example. As long as your practice includes invocation or prayer to divine forces of unconditional love, provides a structure through which divine energy can flow when it feels natural and correct for you, then it will work for you. Now, please note that if you that's okay. And then it adds a little portion. I am, I am, I am, I am the light divine, I am the love sublime, I am the peace beyond space and time, I am, I am, I am. Let's see if I can record that into the chat log. I am, I am, I am, I am the light divine, I am the love sublime, I am the peace beyond space and time, I am, I am, I am, I am the light divine, I am the love sublime, I am the peace beyond space and time, I am, I am, I am. I am the light divine, I am the love sublime, I am the peace beyond space and time. I am, I am, I am. That second line picked it up as right, but it was light. And one more little bit to add on if I didn't go over my time. And this card popped up, Kokuzo Bozuzu. This brings out that a sharpened ability for memorization, education, and learning further your specialization. The wisdom portion says right now you are connected to an unlimited storehouse of wisdom. With your memory at its sharpest, now is the time to learn. There are many opportunities for knowledge around you. Find which one interests you the most and pursue it to the fullest extent. There are some things which you only need to learn once to understand. However, this is not the way with all things. Some things take repeated study and practice over long periods before you can truly understand their nature. The Kokuzo in Kokuzo Bosu means unlimited storehouse. The storehouse is filled with wisdom and good fortune, and Kokuzo Bozu has the power to take from the storehouse as he wills in order to grant humanity their desires. It is also said that he has been particularly blessed in terms of memory, and that those who chant this mantra 1 million times will gain the power of unlimited memory. Nothing they learn will be forgotten. The Shintamani gem he holds represents blessings, and the sword represents wisdom. Kokuzo Bozuzu brings salvation to humanity with his unlimited wisdom. Amongst the wisdom and memorization and the blessings is being granted what you desire. Namo Akasa Garbariya O Malika Male Mulis Vaha. Namo Akasa Garbariya O Malika Male Mulis Vaha. Namo Akasa Garbariya O Malika Male Mulis Vaha. I'm going to type that in as well, so that if you would like to have that mantra available, it is definitely positive to go over it. It will certainly bring you blessings. And why will it bring you blessings? Because you're activating this energy within yourself. I would like to make a clear distinction a lot of people miss because we use all types of words and we speak in many tongues even though we're using one language. You are activating this energy within you. There was an individual whom we just talked about, Koku Zorobozusu, and he found out how to activate this energy within himself. And so when that energy is activated within you, within your chakras, within your chi, within your own energy system, and you speak this in the morning before you go out for the day and interact with people, your energy centers are activated. This aspect is activated. So you actually have something to be able to help you in life on that spiritual side, on that energetical level. And there's that one for that one. Boom, boom. There it is. Have a very wonderful day, Super Music. Very, very welcome. That was perfectly timed. All right. Is Rise here? Is Rise still here? RHYSS, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hey there, Hector, Evie, Mama Busi. Good to see you. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, you're here. Okay, cool, cool. Love it, love it. Wolf from Sydney, Australia. What's up, Garth? I had a buddy, was actually, I'm in the United States, in Michigan. He's not too far. He lives a few states down the way or whatever, but he was in, if he's not still, I don't think he's still in Sydney, Australia, but he was there about a week or so ago. That's cool, man. Michael Wardell, very nice, very nice. I'm going to, I'm going to save, I'm going to write down what you typed in because, well, these words, powers, and combinations, I kind of find, it's where we really kind of come together. It's like we are finding a harmonization within the dark. And for me, I could care less what other people's standards were in the past. I know what I got going down. Naturally, for me, what I was sharing was connected to this individual here. And for mine, when I go over it, I use the hand mudras and I go Reno Zisekyo was on Putora, I had Hirusha, Hansus Heruka, Korko Kishen, was Moha, Ratsuki was set for Tos, I Peter to Uti Bishakins and Asaramen. adjusting there. But there are, when we go back to the old, to the original gurus that were closer to the time when Shiva actually lived, they actually believed there was 9 primary chakras to the body. And then on the ancient Egyptian side, on the Kemetic side, they also, um, or the ancient, it was the ancient Japanese. It was their side as well, but the ancient Japanese had a particular, very specific system that correlated with those 9s. The ancient Egyptian also correlated with those 9 energy centers. Um, but one people may not know about the knot at the back of your head. That is your jade gate. That is your ability to bypass time and space when you meditate. Um, Rise. We're moving on to Rise. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, you just let me know. I'll pronounce it correctly. Reese. 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 Thank you. Thank you for the correction. And Sam Saravanan. So essentially, there's hand mudras. So, like the root chakra, the base where the fire of the spirit really kicks up, that connects right here. That's the hand mudra. It's a hand gesture. Ren is the Japanese word for it. Ren. This is also a different mudra, but it also connects to the exact same base chakra. So by saying the sound of creation, the word of power, by making the hand gesture that's connected to each chakra, this activates the entire body. This is my mind thinking it, my mouth is saying it, my body is expressing its physical connection. Each single finger has a different placement with planets and energies and everything, all that kind of stuff. There's a great amount of understanding of all of that. Um, Not beyond my comprehension, but beyond my technical recollection. um, and so, on that regard, the hand gestures, the mudras are very important to synchronize the body, because when things are happening in a harmony of 3, then they're being triangulated. The triangulation, you can find anything with accuracy. The whole GPS of triangulation is going to give you much better accuracy than 1-to-1 ratio. Give me 3 points to 1 focused future. I'm going to nail my mark. So, on that regard, as far as manifestation, activation, and all of that spiritual goodness in the body, we were speaking about words of power and the mudras associated with that. Okay, back to Reese. We're going with Reese. Hold on, I'm grabbing the cards. I'm staying focused there. Welcome, Stephanie. Today, the word of the day is bait. Learning how to be aware of different types of bait that people use so that they can keep a person distracted. Why distract somebody? It's a lot easier to distract them than it is to fight them. So if you can see the product or the nature of somebody being as if they are full of bait, then you can start to be very aware, very observant of their behaviors. By doing so, your life is going to have a lot less downs, and it's going to consistently thrive. If it doesn't plateau out well for a nice peaceful state of being, for success, it's going to go up. Awareness is the key to your eternity. Or if you're aware of it, you can actually do something about it. But if you're not aware of it, there is nothing you can possibly do. You're caught with your pants down, try to run, you're going to fall. This one is for Reese, and our first card is Truths Unveiled. The revelation of the Divine Mother. There are times when appearances of people, places, and things are truly deceptive. You will sense this when something feels uncomfortable within you, when you notice feelings of anxiety or doubt within you. You may think there is something wrong with you, but actually you are intuitively sensing that all is not as it appears to be. It is wise to trust your inner feelings rather than being convinced by outward appearance. There is a situation in your life, especially involving relationships, where something is not as it is being made out to be. To avoid undue suffering later on, also the Divine Mother guides you to truth and revelation now. The revelation of the Divine Mother is needed when something or someone is not as it outwardly appears to be. No matter how sacred it may seem, a spiritual person, a family relationship, a shared history, there are times when, although it is more painful to admit the truth in the short term, in the long term, it will save you much suffering and feelings of being duped, misled, manipulated, used, or abused. It will also make it more likely that the situation or relationship can grow into a healthier expression, if possible. You cannot heal what is not revealed. All said, the Divine Mother is with you now to help you realize the truths, to admit that you probably already sensed anyways, and to make wise use of these revelations now. This oracle of truths unveiled speaks of a time soon to come when you will realize true perception. What you thought was trustworthy, legitimate, or reliable may turn to sand crumbling before your eyes. This may be a friendship, a job, an offer of some kind, or even the behavior of a loved one, causing you to question the real commitment or respect in a family or romantic relationship. What is important here is to realize that when you see the truth, you can act appropriately. You will not proceed with inappropriate expectations, and you can reassess your boundaries and priorities to get the most out of a situation and not suffer undue disappointment later on. All said, the Divine Mother was betrayed by her brother Set, who, out of his great jealousy, murdered her beloved, all sought her beloved husband. Now, all Set was able to demonstrate great spiritual strength and healing power to resurrect her beloved husband, and all was not lost. She also learned a painful and valuable lesson that it is wise to take our intuitive feelings seriously and to recognize a snake in the grass when there is one. When pregnant with her divine child, Hiru Horus, she ran and hid from Set, recognizing that he was destructive and dangerous, honoring what she knew and not pretending that it would all be just fine, and in so doing, her child was able to be born. In the same way, there are creative impulses and new life within you that need to be protected until they are strong enough to withstand negativity of undermining by another out of jealousy or fear. Even a close friend whom you love and who loves you may struggle with your creative side. Perhaps they are yet to tap into their own creativity. It is best to be honest with yourself and know that sometimes, out of sense and kindness, the fragile creative beginnings of a project or a new habit or interest need to be protected. Like all said, the Divine Mother, you must protect that which needs to be recognizing where something or someone could harm rather than nourish new life. You're being guided with this oracle to trust your judgment about someone's motivations or intentions. I would naturally replace judgment with calculation, but continuing on. If you feel something is not quite correct, then give your discernment a chance to fully form so that you can see truth. The more emotionally detached you are, allow yourself to be, the clearer your assessment of a person, situation, or offer is likely to be. If you've been thinking that you're already seeing the truth in a situation, then this oracle is a confirmation of the accuracy of that perception, and that further confirmation that you are seeing something accurately, as it will soon be given if requested. Ask for revelation and be patient. Clear perception is imminent and will help you make wise choices. Gift me with your vision now in the distortion or the vow that blocks the eye within my brow. I receive the knowing clear without doubt, shame, or fear. Lies and deceptions disappear. Revelation of all set come to me swift. Thank you for the sight, the truth, the gift. Confusion into clarity I now do shift. Evie, um, got you. Well, nice one. Our next reading, if you do have a question or anything, Reese, let me know. Um, I got one more card to pull for you. I'm gonna pull another card for you. Um, I'll respond to that question in a little bit. Let me pull the second card first. I got these dudes that hang out with me on my thing. I don't know why they're like, sure. They hang out with me right next to the phone. But we still focused on you, Reese. Sweet Mama Lucy. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad that people I I'm saying it because I don't have any fear of any bad thing coming back, but whatever the case, like I've not received one I've not received one person came back and said, "Oh, your reading meant nothing. It, no connection, completely way off." Like it's just been something that has been part of my nature. Uh, wow. I don't know how that happened, bro. Look, Reese, this card was definitely for you. Okay, I just got done shuffling. I didn't flip no cards. I shuffled it and I set it down. That's what just happened. And this mug won out of the whole deck is right side up and on top. So like I like when those kinds of things happen. See those kinds of things people go, "Oh, that's weird." To me, I'm like, that's fam. That's why I know this stuff is confirmation. I didn't need it, but oh, I like it. Hosho Naiwarai, Omorana Sambabatra, Omorana Sambabatra, Omorana Sambabatra. Looking at all things equally. Remove your personal filter and see things for what they are. Cast away your prejudices. Make appropriate judgments. I like to call those calculations rather than judgments. Treasure things that are truly important. And just in case you're not aware, a technical judgment means, oh, I saw it. Ah, that's my response. That was a judgment, not well informed. A calculation comes from appropriate information of the thing in front of you, and then because of that calculation, it's deemed to be a threat, it's deemed to be healthy, it's deemed to be whatever it is, and it can be handled at that point correctly, not through judgment, but through calculation. Anyways, the wisdom from this Buddha is that Hosho Naorai removes your filter of preconceived notions. Humans inherently perceive things through the filter of the self. Thus, it is impossible to truly understand how others view things. Do not judge things as truly simply because you feel that you have seen them. It's possible that you've only seen them through your own lens of prejudice and selfish preconceptions. Put yourself in another's shoes. Looking at things from a fair and balanced perspective is a treasure greater than material possessions. And a deeper look here is that Hosho Naorai is one of the five compassionate Buddhas charged with the great wisdom to look at all things equally. Having fulfilled the blessings of his spiritual training, he bestows fortune, happiness, and prosperity equally to all life on earth. To all life on earth. Riding a horse, Hosho Naorai extends his right hand in the wish-granting mudra, the empty palm capable of holding unlimited treasures to bestow upon us, the treasures which he sees in our hearts. He looks at the whole of humanity with fair and just eyes, finding what it is that what we truly hope for, and graciously by providing it. The blessings are fortune, happiness, prosperity, and the washing away of past transgressions. The mantra there, if you would like to have, so that you have a mantra you can work with for meditation, then you have this meaning, essentially, of what I've just shared with you. And this short little saying, this short little mantra, is essentially All of that meaning bundled up all together. And we wind up being able to have that with us, being aware of it, having a different aspect in life to engage. Right? There we go. Boom. Yep, that's correct. All right. And so if you have any questions, Reese, or otherwise, feel free to let me know in the chat log. Um, Man R3, I put you down on the list there. I saw it. Very welcome, Reese. Uh, I don't know what you mean by TM. I might, I might work it. There's a lot of stuff I work, and people have a different saying or whatever, and I'm like, yep, mm-hmm. But I don't know what TM stands for. Berg Brian. Evie said, Cetra, what do you do when you become aware of the truth that it isn't as it appears on the surface? Okay, when I become aware of the truth that isn't all as it is, well, I wasn't. Okay, hold on. Okay, here's what I do. I'm gonna show you what I do. If I'm walking into somewhere new for the first time, if it's job, if it's a temple, if it's a church, if it's anywhere or anything, okay, if I'm going to talk with somebody, if I'm going to have a conversation, if we're going to sit down and have some coffee or tea or whatever and chat for the first time ever, essentially this is what I do. I get lost. And then I come say, huh, what's up? Because I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know what you about. Company, business, behind the scenes. If you got a business, there's thousands, if not millions of dollars invested on all sorts of branches. So there's a whole body of people at the ultimate top who are shelling out the money, who have a greater say over whatever the fuck I'm going to come and talk to somebody about. So I already know the story and the places is skewed beyond what I can possibly fathom is in all reality happening. So I got to go in like a motherfucker who know nothing. And then I got to get blindsided, just like an ignorant mofo getting blindsided. And as soon as they take their smack at me, boom! That's when I know who's in front of me, and that's when I can do something of whatever I choose to do. I start planning, I start strategizing, because if I know I'm working with a bear, well, I'm gonna go in with a spear, right? If I'm gonna go in with something else, I might just need a knife. Depending on my environment of what I'm getting involved with, I'm going to wear proper protection or not on my body. If I need a scope and be a mile away and have a sniper right, whatever the case, I'm going to get familiar. And then when I make my strike, it came out of motherfucking nowhere. It came out of the dark realm. Nobody saw shit for nothing. Everybody, literally, at the end of the day, is left like, what the fuck's going on? Dude, do you know what happened? And I'm like, uh, they didn't play fair with you to start with. Why the fuck are you going to play fair by telling them anything? Decide what you're going to do. Decide where you're going to hit it. Just like the motherfucking Star Wars, all we got to do is big old Death Star. All we got to do is find their one little weak point. Everything, Everybody. I don't give a fuck what it is on this planet or in another motherfucking realm. Everything has a weak point. Everything does. That's where you gotta focus on. Even giants, guess what? They got knees. They got ankles. You take them bitches out, can't stand too well. Even that big old thing gonna come all the way to the ground. Everything got a weak point. That's the wonderful thing about an intellect, about something advanced, is because it can think, it can have an option, it can figure out, it can formulate something that's never been done to handle something that's technically outside of its class altogether. But you get a group of hunters together, they get some nets together, they throw it on the fucking lake, the whole fucking net, and they got every goddamn fish, don't they? People are no different. This is the power that we, the people, have. They could hire people to do dirty work. We could just get in the muck with it right now. We don't gotta hire shit. That's the divine reality. Alignment, the crack. You don't see the lightning. You don't see it until it makes contact. You don't hear that crack in the thunder until from point A to point B, that electricity, if you don't know about thunder, by the way, or lightning, essentially you got one point to another, and it's going to scatter out in a million different points, and that energy is going everywhere. And as soon as it can find a path from beginning to end, from earth to sky, and then it finds that, then that's when we see. We don't see the activity until after the path has been found. Once the path has been established, zing, we see it. And so truly, to allow nature to be, to allow somebody to be, is truly to walk into a situation completely not knowing, not understanding, getting hit with it, blindsided with it, and truly seeing things for what it is. You did not have the advantage from the start, but by being naive, which anybody has the right to do, you could be the smartest, wisest motherfucker, but you could play naive. You could play like I don't know nothing. I'm just dressing up. It don't fucking matter. As long as you stay on your 2 feet, got a roof over your head and food in your stomach at the end of the day, yo, hey, we good, right? That's all we trying to do. We just trying to make it, provide for our own, and make sure those with us are safe. And our family gets larger and larger and larger and larger. I have delayed enough. Let's see. Tommy Stevens, are you still here? And then we have Berg Brian, or I think it's Berg Brian. I think I mispronounced that the first time. I apologize. And then Forsaken Kings, and then Man R3 to do readings for. It is Bug Brian. Okay, cool. And I'm gonna ask one more time: is Tommy Stevens still here? If Tommy Stevens, if you're still here, just let me know. I'm gonna ask a little bit. Don't know, maybe ran to the bathroom or another room or some or whatever the case that happens. Whoa. Okay, before we move on to Bug Brian, I apology. Let me know in the chat log if you got to go or something sooner or later. But this comment here, Sky Shadow, my great grandfather was an SS commander at Plaslow concentration camp. Your thoughts on the Holocaust? When I grew up, I moved elementary schools every single year. And it seemed like every different school I went to, that was the year they were doing like Holocaust freaking like history. Like each school did it a different like grade level, and every one I went to, they happened to be like, so I was reminded of it every single year of my life. I like when Schindler's List came out, dude. I went to the movies and I saw that shit. Like that was some powerful stuff. Um, the what a score of reality. Um, my mom took me to New York. I went to the Holocaust Museum. Um, I saw those things, the piles of shoes and stuff. Like, and I have Jewish blood, so things were done in the past, but humanity has been through this many times, and a child is going to, if anybody's familiar with a child growing up, you're going to have the phases where they love the hooty hoot out of you, and then you're going to have the phases where they hate everything about you, want nothing to do with you. One point, it's all great, the other point it's not. They got ups and downs, they're going through things and transformations and hormones and all that sort of stuff, and some of them make some really bad mistakes. I'm not saying you or anybody of that, but some people make some real horrible mistakes at that point in their development. That's why I kind of don't see anybody to blame for our history in that regard, because humanity, well, we're family, and so if one is making the mistake, someone else was making the mistake. Like, we got to learn from our own actions. All the UFOs, all the ETs flying around that come in and they can shut down nuclear bombs and all sorts of shit like that, it's because they are protecting mankind from annihilating themselves. That's why. That's why they don't interfere. That's why they do things like that, is because they're stopping us from killing ourselves. It was the greatest mystery in my mind, bro. Sis, how the fuck are humans still alive? I did the math. Call it out however you want. But there is no motherfucking logical reason of natural proportions of why humans are still living. We should have killed ourselves off well long ago. Complete eradication. It's not complicated. It's not. ETs are all around us because they're helping us live. Not trying to kill us. It's humans making some fucked up devices from some shit they found that wind up hurting humanity more than actually helping them. It's ourselves that is the problem. They help it. That's real. That was the answer to that mathematical anomaly, was because there's been outside interference protecting mankind from destroying themselves. And when we did, they made sure there was a way for a few to survive so that the next lot could be started up with. Okay, I'm gonna answer this. I like this question, and then I'm gonna get to your reading book, Brian, after I answer this one out. Thank you for your patience. Evie said, Cetra, do you have any advice on when one can see into the future? My question is, how does one deal with the fact, and how isolating that can be on a person? All right. There are many layers to our reality. You want to say one dimension, third dimension, fifth dimension? Let's change the word dimension. Our brain just kind of goes away, but let's just call it one layer, two layer, three layer. Let's imagine we've got, the projector, the monitor projector. So you put the plastic paper that has printout, but it's clear plastic, and you put it on, has an overhead projector and puts the image on the wall, right? Like for school stuff, like that. That's what we got. That's what we're working with. That's where we're at. So we got one. This is the clear plastic with the, that we can see on the projector. So we're gonna put one layer, and then we're gonna put another layer, and those layers are going to show a different image, and we're going to put another layer, and we're going to put another layer, and after enough of that, our reality has actual thickness. It actually has depth. It actually has some girth to it. And I see those layers, and there are some layers I can't talk about. It's a family thing. There's some layers of perception that I see on a regular daily basis, and I can't. It belongs where it belongs, and it stays right there. And I can't do anything about it. So on the preceding, how isolating that can be on a person, yeah, because your mind is a steel cage. Your mind is no longer in a trap, but you are preserving a fucking secret with a family member. That's a bond. Can you keep a secret? Can you? Can you really keep a secret? Or is your fucking puff on your shoulders, or that much money, or the glory, or the fame for saying that little bit gonna win you the favor of the world? I'd rather keep my favor with the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. And what they tell me to, well, I deal with that on a regular, that comes down to one's training, the shamanic journey, the oracle journey, all the days, all the hard times, all the shadow work, all of those difficult moments. Those create the stability of who I am and what I know I'm connected with in those truths. So I'm okay in that isolation. I can survive it if I have to my ending. However, for all that I teach, and for all that I share, and for all that I interact with, I share as much as I can, because if you can figure out the trail with all the breadcrumbs I give you, you can get in that kind of, you could be right there too. There's some in the world that are. And I'm one that's popping my head up above the water and saying, yo, y'all can do that. Here's a little bit, here's a little bit, here's a little bit. Helps you understand you. It all starts with you. If you want to find it, it starts with you. It's not, you can't find that in somebody else. Because the truth at the end of the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel, the ending can't be spoiled. You cannot ruin the ending for others. Man, that has to be a personal realization for others, because when you see that and put it together yourself, nobody can take that joy. You could cry your ass out. You got enough pain and trauma in your life to cry for days. But if you want your peace, you grab that right back. You actually know you have some joy within that doesn't need to go out all happy and crazy, but just inner joy that just it supports the environment of that peace. That energy is just used to protect that peace, and that peace exists during that state of isolation too. And in that state of peace, I for one, can quickly think about when my days are full of emotional and mental turmoil, and so I'll take whatever hardship I need to deal with. On the physical level, like on that where I'm talking about here, in order to be able to enjoy my peace, that isolation or whatever the case, um, knowing that that peace was well worth it. Anyways, moving forward to, I don't even want to scroll down on the chat log and get distracted by something else. Let Bug Brian. And before I go on, let me take care of what I wanted to do before the last reading. Honey. So cinnamon. I like cinnamon. And we're gonna go with tea today. Awesome, awesome, Albert. You know, laughing. I'm happy when that's happening. Because laughter is usually something I don't normally roll with on my own. Like, I don't know. I'm always on a I do know. I'm always on a reading kind of a level 2 nature vibe. The cards I'm pulling are for Bug Brian. This reading's for you, bro. And then then I'm gonna do it for Forsaken Kings. Ooh, I need to bring up them poems. I was gonna read another poem, and then for Man R3, if you're still here, I'll do a reading for you as well. Devil. Whoa, how can somebody who has the name Devil, I'm joking, I'm not teasing, like, I just, in my own world, how can the fucking devil not know who I am? What the? What's up, bro? I'm just having a personal laugh. Let's talk about laughter, and now I got a reason to laugh. I'm a shaman. I speak with spirits. Um, I've been to the other side of the veil most of my life, and just sharing what I know. And as I'm pulling out these cards for Bug Brian, I want to be specific because I did give a explanation, but I want to be specific on the future part because it was kind of before the question. It said, do you have any advice on when one can see into the future? So when you're working with the divines, with the spirits, they give you glimpses of information. And if you put these omens together, they're coincidences. I call them omens because that's what I see them as. They're messages. When you collect the omens, you put the omens together, You can see, put the dots together, you draw out the picture. When you draw out the picture, that's when you can see the future. Okay? And when you can see the future, that's when you start working to support what the spirit is guiding the future to be. We don't know exactly specifically, but we know this feels correct. That's the right thing to do. Here, there, it's specific for each person in their own lives. You're following your own heart, your own intuition. So that can be different depending what your knowledge is, what your experience in life is, what your resources are, what you don't have resources of. The spirit's going to be aware of all of these things. They're not going to be asking you to do things beyond what you're supposed to, and they're not going to be asking you to do anything that breaks any laws. That's what I learned. They pretty darn cool with all of that. But that future is something that one develops into that ability of being able to perceive those omens. There are moments when the future is perceived completely with the mind without seeing omens, and one can see what is going to happen. I've had those moments happen for me. I've had 3 of those specific moments, and in each instance, I did not change the future. I understood what it was. I did not try to run from it, nor did I try to run to it. I forgot about it. I just put it in my back pocket and kept on going. Forgot about what's in my back pocket. I don't know, I ain't read it in a while. And I just kept living my life. And when the events happened, and when the omens were like, whoa, the future is present, I took that thing out of my back pocket and was like, holy shit, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. Okay, it's going to work out. And actually, in each of those moments was a stressful moment when I thought I was going to lose everything. So when I kind of grabbed that from the past to the moment, oh, kind of moment, I was like, it's going to work out. It's going to work out. It's going to be okay. And that positivity could have been exactly what I needed to to be optimistic enough to allow that miracle to actually manifest around me. All right, Bug Brian. I started doing something different yesterday, and I started setting the cards to the side, Brian. And it's interesting because I literally just went down, flipped over, pulled the card up, and I was like, boom. And it was Magic and Ritual from the last reading, and I hadn't pulled it out yet. So I literally just reached in and pull that out. Like, that one doesn't go here. See, I've got the other ones from the Japanese side set up in front of me. Seems like seems quite appropriate. That looks better. Not better, but all right. We got 3 cards for you, Brian. All right, so here we've got Sekhmet, which is bringing out courage, inner strength, bravery, confidence, persuasion, influence, and compassion, righteous rage, dominance, strategic thinking. I want to exemplify strategic thinking here. One thing I've learned about Sekhmet synergy is that she always has victory. And that's exactly what you can have in your pursuits in life. I'll get there. Which brings us to the miracle of Allset, the miracle of the Divine Mother, miraculous healing of the goddess. Allset was known as a talented practitioner of the healing arts and was capable of miraculous healings. For you, beloved, she offers a miracle healing. No matter how much you have struggled with a particular matter, no matter how impossible it may seem to imagine your life without this old wound, addiction, problem, relationship, issue, or inner struggle being a part of it, you are guided now to accept the possibility of miraculous healing, to let go and let the goddess be, to hand something over for healing, especially when it has been a long term or persistent difficulty or simply seems to be too great or overwhelming to be healed, takes a radical change of mind and heart. To dare to hope without becoming attached to how or when something can happen, to surrender without forgetting to follow your intuition, and accordingly to trust even though you may have been disappointed or hurt in the past. All these things take skill and courage, yet these are the requirements for us to surrender into the great healing of divine love. Lady Allset speaks through this oracle and says to you that recovery from trauma and emotional healing is not only possible, but if you are willing, it can happen for you now. No matter the depth of grief, loss, despair, fear, or anger, love can and will absorb all of it. This oracle is also an indication that a spiritual gift or awakening of deep healing ability at a new level are coming to your way. Keep your eyes and heart open and let go of doubt or fear about opening up to a new level of proficiency. Dedicate your work to divine love and trust that it will flow through you stronger now. You are capable of great work when you trust in your own heart and the love of the divine flowing through you with total surrender. Love and light, peace and power, miracle healing descends this hour. The wings of Allset drenched with feeling, nothing escapes her miracle healing. Surrendered to her from my heart so true, which is now exactly what I choose to do. Gratitude to Allset for the miracle coming to me. Her love and grace now set me free. The next one was Hanyabosu, number 17. This is the guardian of the Heart Sutra and Bozazu of divine wisdom. The walls of difficulty are built by you. Give things that excite you precedence. Just open the door first. Strike a balance between seriousness and flexibility. Now you might be looking to try something new, but maybe that new thing is a little bit out of your range or experience. Of course, there's no guarantee that it will be easy, but if your heart feels strongly pulled towards this new endeavor, it would be a shame to give up just because it seems difficult. Don't shut the door on what could be an incredible opportunity to discover a whole new world. Instead, just begin by opening that door. If you walk through the door with sincerity and honesty in your heart, you will surely be welcomed with open arms. The six arms of Hanyambosu represent the six paramitas of Buddhism. His hand represents the divine wisdom needed to reach enlightenment, holds the Heart Sutra. With his wisdom, many lesser Buddhas were able to attain enlightenment, becoming new Buddhas. Hanya Bosusu is one of the only Bosusu to appear wearing armor, and this armor protects him from darkness and evil, and it represents your heart. Like the armor, your heart is iron-clad and sound, allowing no darkness to penetrate as you continue in your spiritual journey. Sound health, spiritual training. And the mantra to that, and I'll type that in here if you want to use this, is Om Di Shri Shruta Vijariya Svaha. Om Di Shri Shruta Vijariya Svaha. Om Di Shri Shruta Vijariya Svaha. And essentially that mantra carries that information and primarily that energy. And that's something anybody can activate within themselves if they'd like to at any point. I'm going to be having this in the chat log here so you can copy and paste it if you like, or at least be able to see it. Definitely welcome Evie on the response. I know I'm a bit made that comment quite some time ago. Mama Buse. See, that's really cool. Like I imagine, like, see, I didn't get into it, but I started to look into palmistry, and that is an art and a craft in and of its own. And I see all of our different divining ways, understandings of the bodies, the way to see and read things. Like they're all one aspect of a bigger language. Like all of those put together gives us our entire sight, and that's something I've been seeking for years and years and years, and that's something that we are doing. I mean, this very moment is active. We don't have to be in the same physical room. We are connected, and palmistry, very awesome ability. Daniel Facundo, if you're still here, said, "Do you believe the universe can speak to people?" Absolutely. All the time. I believe it's speaking all the time. I believe that universe is always speaking to us. The distractions of the world, the pleasures, the seeking, all of that kind of stuff have blotted out our ability to pay attention to these subtle frequencies. That's why the world is so loud. That's why it has to be the way it is. Because without our ability of waking up and coming together, if it was just a little bit more quiet, that's why the peace, truly that peace I speak about attaining, the quietness of mind through meditation, so vitally important to our ability to create our future, which comes from intuitively hearing just exactly as you're mentioning and asking. I believe that's something we work to strive to be able to hear on a regular basis with absolute clarity. LMUQ. I'm just going to call you LM. UQN9V. LM, I'll write your name down. And And if you're here, when I go over, I've got Forsaken, then Man R3, if they're still here, and then I'm writing your name right now, just as LM, so da. Because you asked, how does one get a reading, and that's simple. Boom, boom, thank you, Mama. And Boosie, that works wonderful. Boom, boom. Thank you, thank you. Oldest to newest. Okay, gotcha, Forsaken. To be to be forthcoming, I did not read them all. I've only read the first one as I read it live this morning. But as I glanced through it and I saw little portions, I was like, I was pretty much flow. I was feeling it. I was totally feeling it, and so I'll be happy to read some more of those. And good to know that. Yeah, good to know. It takes a while for one to properly organize their poems. I had mine were in a bunch of different places. I don't know about your personal process, but my process took some time, and I think that's a pretty awesome thing about being able to essentially like compose your own book. I mean, boom, that's your work right there. A lot of people have little different tabletop poem books or other things of the sort. Doesn't have to be a super big book. Um, Whoa, third card was your birthday. Oh, Brian, whoa, that's cool, that's cool, cool. Somebody asked if I ever read the Bible, Casey Moonbloom. Hey, what's up? Doing very well. Like, hope you're doing well as well. Um, and so, like, I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness for 28 years. I read the Bible twice through, and the third time was like kind of living it. So as the events happen, um, that's when I, reference back to scriptures and stuff like that. The Bible in of itself, my, I don't care to read that book. There has been enough killing, preaching, forcing that religion and that one singular book upon this world that has caused an imbalance of reality, a complete imbalance of reality. People have used it for their own means. It was any holy book is not meant to fucking hurt another person. It's not meant to get in to, a raging argument with another person. Holy scriptures are meant for personal application. You don't know how to take care of yourself. You can't help nobody else for nothing. All that good you think you're doing, superficial, creating all the problems the world has right now. They have valued the man. They have worshipped idols as man more than loving their fellow neighbor. That's the reality that they've done. There are some truth that the Bible does hold, but most of what people use it as is very corrupt. Stories that if you want to get a good lesson out of it, you got to get in covered with shit up to your head, come out with it in your mouth, and have a tiny little nugget of gold. You got to wash all that shit off to say, ooh, look, I got something, yay. That's what I survived. And everything I learned outside of that religion opened my mind to how much humanity matters. Not because of something they wear, not because of something they preach, not because of some tradition they hold, but because they are a fellow human, and that fellow human is my family. My nationality is humanity. And in order to truly see that, one must break free from all religion, from all bindings. For your soul, your spirit is unconditioned. It can take any form or shape that it desires. Your soul is forever living. And to be bottlenecked by anything, for that soul to be controlled, balance happens. The soul is work, it's understood what it wants the body to do. The body is animalistic because without a soul, it's just going to respond to what it likes and doesn't like. But when it has soul, when it has a spirit, it has these greater understandings that wind up popping through life, these greater meanings that exceed title or label or what some other man thinks of me or doesn't think of me, but what I know my energy and my frequency is. So that'd be the reason, top level reason, collective top level reasons why I really don't talk about the Bible much, and other people know that book well better than me. They can say book and scripture and all that kind of stuff much better than I can. I've learned the lessons, and after I learned the lessons, well, I kept the lesson, and I dropped the garbage of all the extra detailed information about Bobby, Susie did this, lied about that, hid that there, all that other crap. I had to go read a bunch of other books and look the way I do in order to find out what I know. It's interesting how far from nature we have gotten in our own interactions with our fellow humans. Good question. Very well worded question. Okay, we're going to get to those readings very soon. Let's see where we're at. Very welcome, Caleb. Alrighty, here we are. Forsaken, I know you're here. So we're going to start shuffling some cards for you. Somebody left a comment, said that religion hurt you. I've been hurt by lots. I've been hurt by family, blood members, like family members, from birth and growing up. I've been hurt by groups of people. I've been hurt by organizations of people. I've been hurt by just like anybody else in the world. I mean, who hasn't taken a swing at you? I mean, really. As long as you walk like them and talk like them, well, then they treat you all nice. But if you expose who you are, you're going to see who your friends and family are versus all those pretending poser followers of some other man. Because if they were in contact with the Divine Almighty alive, they'd be getting you in direct contact with them. They'd be saying, yo, this is what they're saying. This is the message right now. But they don't be sharing that. They go into their own motherfucking sanctuary, into their own motherfucking inner chamber, just like the one I got, and they do all their ritualistic shit in secret. If I got something to do, I'm going to record it live. It's a difference. You hide in something because you're in fear that what you're doing is going to be found out. Well, may all the healers, may all the light workers, may all of us loving divine beings incarnate on this planet shine our light in all those crooked, nasty fucking spaces in this world. because that light of consciousness flows to everybody, and through this accidental connection of people, they wind up bombshelling that to the world and saying, yo, look what we found they've been hiding for all these years. Now they let you know. From the top to the bottom, you want to change the future? Change your frequency into something stable, yet changeable. I found that if I'm too much the same for too long, I've got to change it up. I know my process. I know when things stay in one place for too long, they become stagnant. Stagnation does not produce that which is beneficial to life. Stagnation is just going to create a foul of everything. That's why I like to keep the flow always moving. Even if my body is in one spot, my mind can be adapting, growing, developing. Yes, German Gonzalez? Is that what I read? German Gonzalez Galvin. Interesting name. Interesting choice of a name. I've known many Gonzalez's in my past. Interesting. But black and white magic, Cetra has a meaning. Forsaken, we're gonna get to your cards as we're gonna pull that one last. We got two drawn, and we're gonna pull the other last one when we get there. The Cetra would be the black, Ra would be the white, right? Dark and light, chaos and order, and the CH in the middle is the chi of oneself, your own life force, your own energy. We have the black and the white, and we are able to fundamentally use that for a direction of protection, healing, fundamental goodness, being able to transmute dark energy into positive order and life and actions befitting that, regardless of what the intake may be. Sometimes the foe or the obstacle is formidable, not person, but situation, and we must be the villain in the story in order to just move the progression of things along. And so we do so, but from a loving perspective, not trying to get vengeance or not trying to take advantage. But somebody's got to be the person in the room that's the black sheep that stands out, that's kind of everybody talking about, so that everybody could come together for something. There has to be something, some anomaly that brings people together. It doesn't have to be a threat. It can be an anomaly that can cause people to come together in their confusion of trying to understand something they've never seen before. They actually come together and create a fusion, and that is magic. Whole quantum connection, telepathic synchronicity of the heart and mind across time and space. Whew, it's all a sort of another kind. And so I very much do use what I do, and as I mention it, very much in a kung fu manner, in like a Bruce Lee manner. Any proper fighter is going to understand that it's not fighting, it's a dance. It's a movement of the body. In all reality, of what it comes down to, it is a dance. And somebody sending negative energy to me, well, I'm resonating positive energy, like Cetra. It's all together. I'm transmuting that dark into light. I know I have the dark and it exists. I acknowledge it's there. But we do something specific with it each time. And so in that um, knowing that when somebody's sending their energy to me, essentially all I have to do is like just move to the side, and that energy is just gonna fucking attract to either somebody else who's gonna go right the fuck back home. And when I say somebody else, the energy is going to go to somebody who's resonating that chaos, that frequency as well. Everything, we are electromagnetic beings. We guide the flow of energy. So if we're stable in our actual resonance, then the other stuff just can't land. They could shoot their guns, boom, 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 all they want, but that bullet just never seems to hit us. Why? Because it's an actually energy field that's being emitted from our resonance that actually stops those things. I can't remember the correct words. I'm horrible at doing that kind of thing. But Neo, when you know, you won't have to dodge the bullet. You won't have to dodge the bullet. You can just stand there. It's just going to go around you. It can't make contact with you. The bullet had anger, contentment, rage, all of these kind of things. But all your resonance is peace. People have all sorts of aerial phenomena who investigate the paranormal activities of our world. And this is what they're actually getting results on. This is actually, they're actually getting real world data results on this reality that I'm talking about. And people presume this energy to only be available on a UFO, right? How did it go through the rock, or how did it go through water and pop out the other side? How did it keep going and yet it didn't lose velocity? It had its own resonance around to where nothing can interfere with it. Its existence, only an equal resonance can receive and connect and really interact. Anything else is, it's just going to bounce off, it's just going to be avoided. We've talked about like bait. Earlier we talked about bait, how the world will bait you into distraction. Forsaken, we're gonna do your cards in a moment out. Oh, sorry, not sorry. But that's what I've truly found in life. We're gonna wait to draw the last card. Boom, boom. Forsaken. I'm going to read one of your poems here. I'm going to let that pop up. There we go. The Shadow I Keep. So this is not my own poem. This is actually a Forsaken King's, one of his. The Shadow I Keep. There's a version of me I don't introduce, doesn't laugh, doesn't explain, doesn't excuse. He stands a step behind my name, watching quietly, studying the game. He remembers every slight, every closed door, every time I had to become something more. Not cruel, not wild, not out of control, just a colder way of protecting the whole. He doesn't shout, he doesn't plead, he just measures what the moment means. Where I hesitate, he already knows exactly how far the pressure goes. I walk in light, but he walks within me. I walk in light, but he walks with me. The part I choose that you don't see. Not here to burn, not here to rain, just the edge that sharpens pain. Call it shadow, call it steel. He reminds me what is real. I don't lose him, I don't pretend. I keep him close, but I decide when. He's the voice that says, stand firm. When patience starts to twist and burn, the memory keeper and silent guard, the one who remembers exactly how hard. He doesn't hate, he doesn't crave, he simply refuses to kneel or cave. And when the world presses harder than planned, he's the strength tightening in my hand. I used to think I had to erase every darker thought I faced, but shadows don't vanish when denied, they grow more honest when they're recognized. I walk in light, but he walks with me, the part of strength most never see. Not the storm that tears apart the steady weight behind my heart. Call it shadow, call it will. It's the reason I'm standing still. Not because I never bend, because I know the strength I keep within. Not hidden, not gone, just a shadow I stand upon. That's like, I just go, just fucking brilliance, bro. Brilliance. Okay. Our first card was the Ace of Ankhs reversed. Now follow these words. Self love will lead to intuition, which will allow the breakup to occur. Sadness and pain causes repressed emotion, leading to self doubt, causing lack of creativity, and thusly infertility of any new growth. I'm quite sure that'd be more the past. This brings us to the knot of all set, energetic stabilization with the buckle of the beloved. Each initiate has their own unique spiritual blueprint with particular skills, talents, and higher destinies unfolding that use their unique attributes. Part of your spiritual blueprint is a special relationship to the energies of the goddess. This means that not only do you have the important spiritual task of helping her thrive in this world, but you are afforded her power, protection, and abundance too. You are now deepening your connection to her. This oracle brings special indication that your soul is braiding or twining with the divine feminine energies in a particular form. For some, that will be a specific goddess, and the energetic process will often be strong and deep. The initiate will feel as if they are integrating the part of this goddess that is not just in them, but is a part of their own consciousness. It's a deeply personal, spiritually powerful, and a beautiful growth experience for the soul. This process does not make you lose your individuality. If it is happening in a genuine way, you will not believe yourself to be the goddess in question. You will instead experience her as part of your own being and your being as a part of her. You will not cease to exist as an individual light, and yet you will have grown more into divine communion with the sacred divine feminine. For others, there will be a sense of the divine feminine in many forms and faces, and you will enjoy her variety and vastness as you grow spiritually. You will not sense a particular goddess so much as you feel a deepening soul connection and awakening to the divine feminine principle, which is the animating force behind all goddess energies. For still others, there will simply be a knowing that love for the divine feminine, whether a man or a woman, is a key part of your spiritual journey this lifetime. That is your important spiritual task, to just love her and be loved by her, living with honor and respect for the body, the earth, and being committed to grow in conscious awareness as to how to best express that love and respect in a genuinely healing way. Whether you feel the connection with an individual goddess or the divine feminine more holistically, as your soul braids or twines with her, you will feel your awareness and consciousness of your own divine feminine nature become stronger, more integrated, and more balanced part of your life and sense of self. The body will also be integrating this shift in your soul, as any work with the feminine energies helping bring body and soul light together, blending the physical and inner worlds of light together until they begin to feel very connected and harmonized. Eventually, as this process continues, when you feel your body, you will feel your soul light present there. There will be no distinction between your soul and your body. It is a magnificent, luminous, joyful state of wonder to embody. People will be asking you what you've been doing to have such a beautiful inner glow. As an initiate of the Divine Feminine, you are offered a sacred tool to assist you in integrating and honoring her energies for your own benefit and for the benefit of the human collective. This tool will help your soul blend with the Divine Feminine in higher vibration, and this in turn will naturally draw body and soul into deeper connection and harmony. You are invited to experience this sacred tool for yourself by calling upon the sacred healing and protection of the Knot of All Set. The knot or buckle of All Set protects, guides, and stabilizes your energy field while it is in transition from one state to another. It is especially useful for spiritual growth with the feminine energies because these are intimately related to the body and the relationship between the soul and body, creating light within the body, connecting soul and body as one consciousness, harmonious, illuminated being. The knot of all set is like a container that holds you together while inside, in a gentle way, you fall apart enough that you can be reorganized, restructured, and reformed within the sacred container of the sacred knot. Once you are stable in your new soul structure, the knot is no longer needed until the next transition point in your relationship between your body of growing light and your soul as they become more fully united as one. You may call for the knot of all set as a symbol that you visualize, or an energetic support structure that you may not perceive directly but will feel in effect, a sense of being held safe and firm to the perfect degree. Anytime you need this, you can do the ceremony that follows or the simple invocation beneath it, as long as it is prefaced with in unconditional love. You shall be supported in exactly the way that best serves you. Because you are integrating high level vibrational energies, rest and meditation, ocean swims, and time in nature, as well as working with pyramids of light and crystal, can assist with the soul twining process now, too. Listen to your body soul as it grows with divine feminine wisdom and trust that she will guide you, whether man or woman, deeper into your own healing, which benefits us all. This oracle comes as clear communication that you are integrating high level vibrational energy. And if you have been wondering if your dreams, intuitions, goddess related meditations, and communications are genuine, then this oracle serves as confirmation. And this is what that looked like, by the way. It says, "In unconditional love, I call forth the all set knot. I am held in love like a babe in a cot. The buckle of the beloved has me secure as my energy field now does mature. The goddess within my body and soul, the knot of all set helps me grow whole." Good morning to all, and grand rising. In unconditional love, I call forth the all set knot. I am held in love like a babe in a cot. The buckle of the beloved has me secure as my energy field now does mature. The goddess within my body and soul, the knot of all set helps me grow whole. I put that in a second time. Um, oh shoot, I'm gonna do it. Well, all on that last portion, if you're writing it down, I put not spelled correctly with a K, and then all set is AUSET. That would be a name of the Divine Mother. And then we have one more card to pull for you. Forsaken. Fujin Bozusu. I'm gonna put this in here real quick before I get to chatting about the aspects here. And that's the mantra. Om Samayasvam, Om Samayasvam, Om Samayasvam. Teaching the importance of taking action. Do you find yourself always procrastinating? Realization followed by action. The road may be monotonous, realization that comes from taking action. What is important to take action first? Lately, you may be falling into a pattern of all talk and no action, with thoughts like, I will be able to do it when the time comes. Well, the time to put a stop to that line of thought is now. What's important isn't empty speculation, it's going out into the field and walking until you've got blisters on your feet. Sure, there's a chance that nothing dramatic or miraculous will happen, that perhaps the time isn't right and nothing comes of it. Even so, don't let that stop you from taking action. Fujian Bozo is the one who set down the 10 great vows, spiritual practices through which everyone can become a Buddha for the sake of all beings, as fulfilling these 10 vows is no easy feat. He is known as the Bodhisattva of taking action. He's also a very popular deity with women because of the story of how he rescued the daughter of the Dragon King. It is said that riding a white elephant with six tusks, Fusion Bozusu appears to those who often recite the Lotus Sutra and protects them. He is an active deity who shows us the importance of spiritual training, releasing us from darkness and showering us with blessings. And the blessings that are associated with this mantra, with this and with Fujin Bozusu, is a washing away of past transgressions, extension of life, and a purging of dark thoughts. One thing I've found that I can completely comment on of my own accord is that a purging of dark thoughts and a washing away of past transgressions, an extension of life. Like all of those, I've known people, and they told me they thought they never reached the age of 50. And well, I was in their life, and they hit that age and continued on living, and they could have never imagined actually doing that. There was more things that were open to their mind and more options on the table than we had thought before, and that is quite real. That is, we were talking earlier about how optimism versus doubt or other emotions of that sort, thought processes of that sort, how we can actually create a framework and a support system for that miracle to happen by believing that it can be, versus the opposite of doubt and not putting anything there at all. But Forsaken, let me know if you have any questions or anything like that. Those are what popped up for yourself. And then we have Man R3. If you're still here, let me know. Let me know. Put a message in the chat log, and I will do your reading next. If not, there's another individual after that. Um, Thank you, Michael Wardell. Whoa, Satyan. What's up, Satyan? Very good to have you around, bro. I was looking up at the chats a little bit, just in case there's anything that I missed or whatnot until the next reading. Okay, so I'll ask one more time. Man R3, if you're here, I'll do your reading for you. If you're not, LM, I think you're still here. I'll definitely think you're next there. What's up, Sky Shadow? Super welcome, Forsaken. Ah, sweet, sweet. Haha. I want to share, Forsaken, that just a little thing to my side. So like, this was the first card that came up, and it was upside down. Like, definitely, it fell and was upside down. And so like, it has like the certain words that are like listed here, but it was in the reverse meaning, which has more of a negative kind of thing. But that's why I like rephrased it the way that I did, because I was like, I used all the words that are in there, and I saw anyways. It's nice to be able to. That's why, like, for me, like, reading a book, like just getting a tarot book, like, or it's not just a tarot book, but getting some tarot cards that has like information on whatever subject you like. You know, maybe you're into the Norse, the Viking, Hindu, Buddha, like all of them. They're good to have around, because what I've found is their stories, they wind up adding up. They wind up being this so similar in details that I'm like, that's the same ones. Like, different name, different art style. You know, culture's going to have a different art style, so they're going to show things differently. You know, going to kind of talk about it differently than someone else. And then I start seeing those similarities, and I start really looking. I do their deep research. I go into the deep dive at that point of each of them from two different cultures, and then I see that there are like three qualities that are over here, let's say in India, that are not mentioned about this entity, let's say over in Egypt, in Africa. And so, like, I'm like, ooh, so I can fill in the blank of some details that weren't over here. And at the same token, there are some details over here that were not seen over there. And so I can fill in those details, and I bring those two into one wholeness, and then I see a bigger version of the reality, because I'm able to take these fragments, like destroyed stone or pottery, and I'm putting it back together and going, oh, there we go, yep, boom, and it fits together. And that's how I can perceive my reality, just a little bit more so, um, beyond what people are just going to tell you. The truth, the reality is difficult to accept, and that journey of being inquisitive is certainly loosens the mind's grasp on, oh, I can't accept this, or I can't accept it. The curiosity, the working, the endeavoring of that direction of information truly allows one to be able to accept new information, compared to some outdated, too long standing set of formalities that we've learned and to operate life by. Hey there, Raji. Yeah, we could do a reading for you. You want to do like general energy? Okay, I'll write that down. Let's see. Is I'm looking up. I don't think LM said anything. If you're here, LM, I'll do a reading for you. What's up, D? Oh, hi, G. That's Sky Shadow. Cool. Well, LM doesn't seem to be here, so we'll do a reading. We'll do a general reading that we can definitely do. But truly being able to learn from a multitude of sources is what will give. Yeah, I guess it's what gave me a bit of an advantage in life. People think dedication involves not having any friends, but dedication doesn't mean that. It means choosing an energy. It means choosing something that you really want to develop. And so you surround yourself with the environment of minds who are going to help you accelerate in that growth and in that direction. God is love. That's what I learned way back when I was younger. And last time I checked, love isn't trying to hurt some other. It's trying to help someone. It's trying to heal them. And that is the reality, man. You know what? Michael Wardwell? Yeah, Wardwell. Nice name, Michael Wardwell. I love the name Invisible College because that's really what this is. It's a school for people trying to learn about the soul, death, and afterlife, dot dot dot, etc. Correct, correct. And a lot of time people come in on the chat and they're new individuals, and they say, "Hey, what are you about?" They're wondering, what I'm talking about or what the interest is, or they don't know. They don't know what's happening. And I guess I should, but you figured it out pretty easy. I know how. Yep. Cool, Forsaken. Very cool. Much love and all that, man. Like, I end up going to sleep sometimes between 5 and 7, usually, so I could wake up early enough to go live when I do in the morning. I get to bed extra early. Um, uh, this is a general reading, so I'm pulling up what I do because I'm pulling from multiple decks. So I pull all the cards and I don't really focus on the other cards or their meaning. Because I'm not trying to influence the next card to be pulled. I'm just seeing what wants to emerge. But I will share that in just a moment. That one's ready. go. There we go. All right. Now we're ready. Take care, Sam. A friendly bus driver. There's put in there, so with all that bling, it must be a challenge to do anything without anyone else in the house being alerted. I'd imagine it would sound like a skeleton in a biscuit tin. So yeah, got all of those. So there are times when, like, I don't know, I feel like things are extra sensitive or whatever on the sound. And but I'll use like different bands to like wrap up my bells and whatnot. But generally speaking, for me, it's like somebody put a bell on him or something. I don't know what movie that's from, but I heard that in a movie, and I was like, yeah, it sounds about right. And here's the reason. I'll tell you where I learned the massive importance of having bells, of having sound on me, no matter where I go. One thing I know for a fact is that there are spirits in this world, and they are blind to our dimensional reality. So there's a house, the spirit could be in the house, and it knows where all the walls are. It knows where the extent of it knows where all the permanent things are. So it can move about the house quite freely. But it does not dare go outside, because if it did, it will be lost, blind in the world, and nobody can help you for nothing. You don't know where you're going or what you're bumping into anymore. And I went to a cemetery and I performed a ceremony because I connected with a obelisk as a gravestone, as a headstone, in which I practically saw my mother's name, I saw my ex-wife's name, and I saw my own name, and I saw my daughter's name. So uh, that's kind of hard to miss. So I did, I love ancient Egyptian. I'm drawn to that more so, but I like the Buddhism. I like the Hindu. It's all generating the same positivity. So I'm into all of it. But my own special, what I like the most personally, my own flavor of it is the Kemetic, and in any regard. And so I was performing a ceremony because I knew nobody did no Egyptian ceremony on that lot. It was all Christian. You kidding me? I could just imagine it for the time and year of the passings and everything. Anyways, so I went in and I did my own little ceremony, my own commemoration, and I was very heavily connected to spirits, not just from that spot, but from the cemetery itself. There was a group of them, and they said, we want to go home. We want to move on. And we are stuck being here. And I had a bell carried off onto a staff that I had. And so I had the bell, and I tied it off to the staff, I should say. I had the bell with me. I tied it off to the staff. And so for the walk home from the cemetery to where I was residing, that bell rang. It was a crystal bell. It rang. And because of its ringing, the spirits that needed to move on to the next, whatever's next for them, the next incarnation, the next life, not a bad thing, just ready to move on, whatever's next. That's where I was letting them move on to. I know how to do that. I know how to work that. I got my altar ceremony, da 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 da. If it's really heavy work, I'll go to a temple, super duper get it out of me. But that's when I really became aware they were able to follow me home from point A to point B. So nowadays, I'll be traveling by, somebody will be in a car, they'll be driving by, I'll have a bell, will be passing a cemetery or something, I'll roll the window down and I'll ring my bell. Because that gonna come right on, they're gonna come right to me. I'll have D with me, and they'll join with D here, and myself, and I'll get them where they need to go. And I know for my life, spirits are always around me. Spirits are always looking at me. I am, you want to say under the microscope? Shoot. 24/7 I'm being looked at. My eyes I can't necessarily see, but I can certainly hear their voice. So sound is important, and I used to, people are very sneaky. I said, well, the popularity of what people doing, wearing a business suit and saying, "Oh, look at me, I got something to give you." I don't break the molds. I'm gonna do something different. So instead of being quiet, I'm gonna make some noise. That's what I learned. People wearing bracelets in other cultures, they got the metal bands. It's because the metal's hitting each other. It's because the spirits can hear them. The more you're aware of these conscious spirits around you, the more your intuition can really hone in on the specifics of who's helping you. Forsaken, going back to that goddess energy, I personally did connect. I'm sharing my own story. I'm not necessarily giving you advice or whatever the case. I'm just sharing my own. But when I made connection with Durga, with the Divine Mother in her form as Durga, now note with all set on the Egyptian side, to me, Durga and Sekhmet, they're the same. But I respect the separation. I respect the, you know, one's form of respecting that energy and another's form of respecting that energy, and I bring in and do what I do with that. But I respect their each in any regard. But as I grew closer with Durga, as it mentioned, like I really these mindsets, always keeping a humble origin, humble heart, and all that good stuff. But these mindsets can help us advance what we're going through. It can help us see from a perspective that we could have never attained otherwise. And these books that I read, like every single time I read something, I'm like, man, that sounds like something I talk about all the time. Yes, it does sound like something I talk about all the time because all these books are what I've been intaking. I didn't spend, when I was studying, I wasn't looking at YouTube. I wasn't thinking about him or I deep dived in this healthy information. My whole life became positivity because if I'm grabbing onto positivity and optimism, then everything that's not, I can clearly see it for what it is. And that's why it's important to like fast or stop something for some time, try something else out, or take a complete break because that helps us be able to look back and reflect and be like, yo, look at what I've been looking, look what we're doing or saying or studying. And you can get an outside perspective from your own mind and be able to make a god or goddess like decision versus a more animalistic, instinctive, human based kind of decision.
Somebody said Moldavite. See if I can find. I think I got it on here somewhere. I got Moldavite hanging off of here somewhere. It's a new necklace. Oh, newish I put together. Anyways. This reading is a collective reading. So I'm going to read the specifics of 1, 2, 3, because it's essentially 3 primary cards from 3 different decks. And then I'm going to put it all together and explain that for you. Others may connect as well. All right, first card, Warrior of Swords upside down, bringing the ultimate meaning. Missed opportunities, restless, out of control, impulsive, dangerous, unfocused, burned out, disloyalty, lack of resolve, inconsistency, feeble footing. So what I'm focused on out of those words, what jump out to me is missed opportunities. People can feel very, I know when I am in a state of being, of stillness, I can very much feel like I missed opportunities because I didn't move on that. Disloyalty, feeling people can feel disloyal for changing the way they think about something. A lack of resolve is the inability to be able to start something that you want to do, something you've been talking about for a while. Inconsistency, pretty much the same. And feeble footing, just not able to gain and grab the ground. That very much could be a current and very much well be a past reality. This brings us to the next card, which was technically the first card, but it was Cartouche. In that stillness, you didn't actually, you missed perceived events, that perceived opportunities that other people got to enjoy on a very 3D level, on a very human nature. Though in that stillness, in that time of what you felt was a lack of resolve to move forward, you felt was an inconsistency with your normal nature of being able to tackle things. While you took a moment in stillness, here's what you can achieve and reach, or did achieve and reach, is your divine name of power. The Divine Mother initiates you now into her special mysteries, the use of sacred intonations. The words that you speak are rapidly gaining power. To benefit from this power rather than be undermined or held back by it, work daily thoughtful speech and clear your heart of old unforgiveness which can poison your words unintentionally. As your heart grows in purity, you will be able to speak with spiritual authority, and what you speak of will come into being more swiftly and obviously. Also, the Divine Mother is initiating you as a master healer in her sacred tradition of divine names of power. You are being initiated into this divine healing of names of power as the mantras, the sounds and names of the divine in all traditions. In all traditions. All set, the Divine Mother will bring you her name to begin, offered to you as a sacred gift to be worked with as a mantra of protection, of feminine grace and divinity and healing. You can use her name as she instructs you to do so in the ritual below. A word, phrase, or a mantra that is given through initiation is like a light bulb that has been plugged into a lamp. The initiation switches the power on, and the use of the word by the initiate is like the lamp shining its light. If you've been interested in using your voice in some way for writing, singing, healing, speaking, or becoming a spokesperson for a particular cause that resonates with your heart, this oracle of the cartouche brings guidance that Lady Allset honors your desire, encourages you to explore, and shall protect your process. You're guided more seriously to explore sound, healing, and mantra as a part of your own path. And if you're a healer, you're strongly encouraged to explore these healing arts as a way to unfold your own spiritual talents and perhaps incorporate these techniques into your healing practice in a way that feels true for you. I'm going to get back to reading this, but I just got to throw in, for those that are unaware that haven't been here in the past, I go over mantras that I have put together that can last for a continuous hour and 40 minutes, continually, not repeating one mantra, not going over one other saying. I'm speaking new ones, different ones from other places in the world in different languages. Same divine being, same mom and father, same divine family, but with different names, but recognized from all traditions from all over the world. This is exactly what I've done. And there are some out there where literally it takes them like 24 hours to read through. If they're going to read through it, usually they break it up between different days, but there are some mantras and they last that long of a reading. Literally. They're not exactly called mantras, they have different names associated with them. So that's what I wound up finding, and how much those can truly change our lives. Anyways, moving on. This oracle of the cartouche reminds you that invoking the power of speech and word for your strength, protection, and spiritual growth will work effectively for you. Sometimes thinking and saying no is the most powerful word you can say to honor personal choice and create a safe boundary for yourself. Sometimes affirming in thought and speech, I choose to see the divine within this person, place, or situation, is another way to cut through drama and use the power of word and thought and spoken expression to create powerful healing. Choose to use your words with wisdom and pure intention, keeping in mind that with more power comes more karmic responsibility, and therefore always surrendering to the greater good and unconditional love is a good idea. With this approach, your gift will grow strong in its effect. Intentional and unintentional will be as spiritually clean and helpful as possible. You will become a greater force of love, peace, and power on this planet. And this oracle of the cartouche also suggests that you discern the effect upon you of the company you are keeping energetically and physically. Sometimes the thoughts and words of others, their vibration can enhance or leave you feeling depleted or drained. If you're drawn into negative speaking in order to bond or fit in with others, you are asked if it is worth it for the effect it has on your own vibration. You can use words of power to cleanse any cords of contracts that would lower your vibration into a fearful place in order to come back to love, to help you to stay true to yourself and perhaps even inspire others to think or speak more positively when they are around you, not from a position of judgment of another's choices, but from a position of wisdom, realizing the effects of such choices. This is a guided meditation, and I'm going to set the book down. The guided meditation is going to start out with a small little poem, and then it's going to then the guided meditation will start, and then I'll say that poem again at the ending, And that's how you'll know I'm done. Well, I'm probably going to say some words that sound rather unique. And you'll pretty much know when silence and whatnot changes and shifts. Though I encourage you to take a couple of deep breaths, relax your breathing. If you're not already in a meditative state, if you'd like to join in, and all it involves is just closing your eyes, and I'm going to read, and it's right in tunage with what we just spoke about. I call upon Allset who loves me unconditionally. Teach me to speak powerfully from a place of love and peace sublime. Beyond time and space, my words will shine. Like diamonds with beauty and strength immense, they bring divine truth and cut through pretense. Beloved Allset, initiate me into your words of power. Healing grace descends upon me as a heavenly shower. As your eyes are closed, imagine that you see into your own heart a space of light opening up. Within this space of light, you see beautiful winged Allset, the Divine Mother, in a blue robe of initiation, holding a cartouche, a long tablet made of precious stones and metals with sacred symbols inscribed. Upon her brow there is a vulture headdress, and over her head the hood of the blue robe rests. She lifts her left arm, resting the cartouche against her body, and with her right arm she gestures towards it. You understand that she is motioning for you to reach out with your right hand and touch the tablet, which you do. The cartouche becomes pure energy, vibrating and pulsing green with new life. New symbols appear, which are the gift of a divine name of power, especially for you. The symbols carry vibration and they represent the actual sound of your sacred word from the beloved mother. She motions to you to reach forward and touch the tablet with your left hand, which you do. And you feel love, light, and power from the cartouche and the vibration of the symbols themselves entering your body through your left hand. As this happens, Lady Allset leans over and whispers the sacred word, her gift to you now. Allset, Allset, Kermetonket, Kermetonket, Sefiparim Hesrapu Tishtef, Sefiparim Hapu Tishtef. And she may or may not whisper another word or name as well. Whatever is whispered by the lady, the Divine Mother, into your ear at this time is the sacred word of protection and healing for you specifically now. Let the energy from your arm and ear penetrate your entire body as unconditional love, wisdom, light, and divine power breathe in and out. And when you are ready, in your heart, I speak for your heart. Thank you for this gift, beloved Allset. Divine Mother, may I use it with wisdom and mercy. So be it. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsemito, kichabu, banana, shim, torvina, hai, arsemito, kichabu, banana, shim, torvina, hai, arsemito, kichabu, banana, shim, torvina, hai, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. Grace of sweet Lady Allset, cleanse me now of karmic crisis of words said in haste, their effect in calls help the spiritual momentum now pause. Negative repercussions now cease. All involved are filled with peace. Your names of power in the pain dissolve unhappiness, bitterness, and strain, creating new webs of light and healing, divine unconditional love now revealing. Grace of Sweet Lady Olset, cleanse us now of karmic crisis, of words said in haste, their effect in calls. Help the spiritual momentum now pause. Negative repercussions now cease. All involved are filled with peace. Your names of power in the pain dissolve unhappiness, bitterness, and strain, creating new webs of light and healing, divine unconditional love now revealing. Grace of Sweet Lady Olset, cleanse us now of karmic crisis, of words said in haste, their effect in calls. Help the spiritual momentum now pause. Negative repercussions now cease. All involved are filled with peace. Your names of power in the pain dissolve unhappiness, bitterness, and strain, creating new webs of light and healing, divine unconditional love now revealing. We got more to this reading. Don't go anywhere if you're paying attention to it. The reading is not over. I just wanted to get something correctly done. Okay, and then the last card here. Okay, so this last card is involving the three forms of psychoelectric activity, psychomagnetic electricity, like it's actually happening. Okay, there's three forms of magic. There's low, medium, high. Low involves colors, simple, wording of words, subliminal messaging, uh, in a movie, a message within a song, those kind of things. Level 1 magic is around all of us. We do this without even knowing we're doing this. This is a big reason why I leave out a lot of details. I don't remember what all the meaning of every single color means and the meaning of all the words. I know they're good. I put them in the thing. I arrange them when I know their meanings. I put them in the category in that arrangement. And then I go with it. Because what I get dressed up as for the day, I don't need to consciously influence it. I need to feel it. I need to be in tunage with it. That might call for the same as yesterday. It might call for something new. It might, whatever the case in that kind of situation, though, being aware that that is something that is within my energy field every single day, to just be aware that that exists in my environment, and just to know that I'm doing and causing that effect in some way is going to help the heart align with the mind and say, yes, this is a good thing, supporting what we want to do, or no, this is a bad thing, it would hurt what we want to do. And those are our impulses. Those become our trained impulses, I should correctly state. Then we have tier 2 magic, which is essentially telepathic communication with any other life. And I like to consider it heart to heart communication more than mind to mind communication, because plants do have something to communicate. They do have a process, they do have a consciousness, for there is a spirit that resides within them that allows them to continually living and somehow press water from the deep depths through the super hard wood all the way to the top in its little branches and leaves, and produce fruit and all sorts of that magical, wonderful goodness. And so to be aware that we have thoughts that enter our mind through our heart, and the mind deciphers what the heart received. That's why if we're feeling bad, we're likely to put a bad connotation on what we perceive. Or if we are feeling good, we put a good connotation upon what we perceive. And then so to be aware of that communication, of that connection that is happening, tier 2 magic. And the third tier of magic is the words of power. That's what we've been talking about, those mantras, what the cartouche was bringing out of essentially what we're learning, what we're sharing, what really has massive effect on our lives. And that third form of magic, um, is a form you really got to be approved in your heart to speak it. If you don't have a loving heart and you're trying to use those words of power in a bad way, in a selfish way, they won't come back and bite you in the ass. It's a safeguard on it. There's one way to use this stuff, and it's through love. Now, if that love is righteous, and that kind of active is righteous law and order. Okay, yeah, divine justice it is what it is. But if it's used for ill, if it's used for personal, if it's used for one of those 7 deadly sins, those 7 erroneous kind of behaviors that create death, um, then those words of power, they have their own safeguards on them. They're not meant to be used by somebody with a purely selfish heart with ill motive. So that's really like why I don't have a fear of sharing it. They share it in temples, they share it around the world. This is all on the internet. You can find it anywhere. You can download books with the old information going back thousands of years ago. Translate it yourself if you like. Find books of other people translating the material. And this is really what allows us to change our future. That Sakata reading that we drew earlier, the plan, the words of power is within Sakata's realm. And we pulled those, I believe it was the very first reading we did today with two of those same cards. Now, on that aspect, the words I'm about to read are going to be a little perhaps complicated, maybe not entirely, but we're talking about the Watch It and the Nekebet. And as those are combined to get together, we have the Oreas or the Ora. Now, so these are different aspects of the psyche of the mind, and that's what we're talking about. We had pulled the Watch It card, which was part of the reading. So the Nekebet would be more so the serpent at the top of the head. You know how the king will have like a serpent and that other, the vulture right next to it, okay? Well, essentially, that's what they were representing. So this is the technical details of what that represented. In Kemetic tradition, the science for manipulating the two magnetic forces which form the essence of all psychic powers was subsumed in the teachings associated with the symbols of the deities Nekebet and Wachet. These powers were considered so important, very important, that they were made the tutelary deities of Katamet. Nekebet, which corresponds to the electronegative northern pole of the magnet, was the chief protectress of Upper, which was southern Kemet. She is depicted as a woman wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt and holding a lotus scepter intertwined by a serpent, which together symbolize the electromagnetic forces, the serpent, of the psychic centers, the lotuses. The Watchet, which represents to the electropositive southern pole of the magnet, was the chief protectress of the lower, which was northern Katamet. She is depicted as a woman wearing the red crown for lower Katamet while holding a papyrus scepter intertwined by a serpent. Their correspondences to the poles of the magnet are revealed in the ceremony for embalming the dead, which the priest says to the mummy. The goddess who watches comes into you in the form of the living Orat to anoint your head with their flames. She, the Orat, the Oraus, rises up on the left side of your head, and she shines from the right side of your temples without speech. They rise up on your head during each and every hour of the day, even as they do for their father Ra, and through them the terror which you inspire in the Holy Spirit is increased. And because Watchet and Nekebet rise up on your head, and because your brow becomes the portion of your head where they establish themselves, even as they do upon the brow of Ra, and because they never leave you, all of thee is stricken into the souls which are made perfect. Now, there are a number of very important correspondences in the above quotation. As mentioned before, the Orat, the Oraurus, which will be explained later, is composed of the conjunction of the Watchet and Nekebet. The statement, and shineth forth from the right side of the temples without speech, is exceedingly remarkable, as it shows that the Cometians possessed over 6,000 years ago the knowledge that the right side of the brain is speechless. We can go further and point out that the Comedian kings placed the head of the vulture Mut, symbol of motherhood, which corresponds to Nekebet, the bluish gray, cool electronegative force on the right side of the forehead, while the head of the cobra representing Watchet, the warm reddish orange electropositive force, was placed on the left side of the forehead. By this, the kings of Khatamit signaled that A, psychic power was very important for the protection of the nation, and B, that the acquisitive, cool, agreeable force for Nekebet and Mut were over the domestic policy of the nation. The southern part of Khatamit, well away from the Asiatic desert homelands and nomadic routes, was for the most part home of the chief capitals of Khatamit. The northern part of Caramento was placed under the Red Crown and Ouachet as a symbol of the hot offensive front protecting the motherland from the hostility of the Asiatics at that time. The statement, "they rise up on your head during each and every hour of the day, even as they do for their father Ra," is a reference to the planetary hours. A great deal of confusion has arisen from the fact that most researchers into metaphysics have failed to note that most metaphysical references to planets refer not to the celestial bodies themselves, but to the modalities of the life force which they symbolize. The moon corresponds to the cooling, hence moisturizing state of the life force, the sun to the hot, hence drying state, and so on. These planetary modalities dominate each hour of the day. Each day begins at sunrise with a planet that gives its name and quality, following the tree of life, the planetary spheres 3 to 9. Saturday begins with Saturn ruling the first hour from sunrise, followed for an hour each by Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, the Moon, and back to Saturn, and so forth. If we follow the planets for 24 hours, we will find that the next day, Sunday, will begin with the Sun governing the first hour from sunrise. It will be followed by Venus, Mercury, and so forth. The next sunrise will begin with the Moon, followed by Saturn, and so forth. And for a detailed look at the subject, see Llewellyn George's improvised Perpetual Planetary Hour book. The Orat, or the Oraros, the third eye, is none other than the Ajna, the brow chakra of Kundalini Yoga. It is brought into manifestation through the following process. And note that in the following procedure, push your stomach out from the lower abdomen during the in breath and contract it during the out breath. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to read that again. In the following procedure, push your stomach out from the lower abdomen during the in breath and contract it during the out breath. Now, the words of power are held in as a 1, 2, 3, 4 Ong Hong Shang, and released from a 5, 6, 7, 8 as Ong Hong Shang. Now, having decided the objective of your meditation, you focus both eyes, which are open, on the center of your brow. You breathe in during the first 2 counts while mentally chanting Ong, A-U-N-G, Ong on the first count, and Hong, H-A-N-G, on the second. From the 3rd to the 6th count, hold the breath and contract the perineum as if you were stopping midstream from taking a leak. On the 3rd count, chant Kshang, K-S-H-A-N-G, and hold it through the 4th count. On the 5th count, chant Ong, A-U-N-G. On the 6th, Hong, H-A-N-G, and Kshang, K-S-H-A-N-G, on the 7th count as you breathe out, and release the perineum. As you chant Ong, visualize a brilliant white disk sitting in the center of your forehead. This is the undifferentiated life force. As you chant Hong, visualize a brilliant white cobra emerging from the left side of the disk. This is Zuachet's highest Hekol, or power. As you chant Kshang, visualize a brilliant white cobra emerging from the right side of the white disk. This is Nekebet's highest Hekol, or power. Repeatedly visualize a woman coming toward you dressed in white, holding an open white book with its pages blank. Look at the blank white pages. After several repetitions of this scenario, a message will appear on the blank page. Now this, along with the Hekol with the word of power given above, is a key to clairvoyance. Now, the function of the Orat, the third eye, is not limited to clairvoyance. It is the center that controls all psychic activities. Next to the crown's center, it is second in the hierarchy of our spiritual power. The technique given above or before as heard is to be applied at the eighth stage of the meditation process. Nourishment of the Orat center through daily meditation will give you full control over the psychic influences operating in your life. Its perfection will enable you to withstand all negative psychic influences without the assistance of herbal baths, incense, sacrifices, rituals, talismans, or anything of the nature. In future chapters, we will learn about the combination of Nikevit and watch it with the seven planetary powers governing the 7 days of the week. And these are the powers behind the 14 call of Ra. The positive western pole of the east-west electrical current of Ra is symbolized by the goddess Sekhet. She is depicted as a red-clad, lion-headed woman who delights in offerings of hard liquor, blood, and meat. She is the violent, scorching aspect of the heat of Ra, which is invoked through the Hekarong. She works through the solar plexus, the psychic center, the Manipura, in the form of the serpent goddess Mehenet. She emerges from the forehead of Ra, pouring out her fire to destroy the enemies of Ra, specifically shame, spiritual ignorance, thirst, jealousy, treachery, fear, delusion, foolishness, and sadness. These are the demons in our reality. In the Metunatur Oracle, she is represented in a combination of a negative Watch card with a negative Hekiru card. The negative eastern pole of the current of Ra is symbolized by the goddess Bast. She is pictured as a green-clad, lion-headed woman. She is the warm, fructifying power of the sun that is generated in the womb from sexual passion. She delights in offerings of wine, aphrodisiacs, sweets, vanilla-flavored ice cream, cinnamon, honey, and so forth. She works through the sexual, the Swadhisthana psychic center. Ram, 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 ram. It's interesting how you could read, how I can read something, completely forget about it, go on this long ass journey, and out of my own putting things together in unique situations, I wind up reading something I forgot good about for a little bit. And I was like, holy shnikes, that's what I'm doing. You could have the playbook of life, and you could see what's going to happen in the future. But one thing I've learned is the future can change. That's what I've learned. The future can change. So it ain't really worth looking into the future all that much. I found when I was guided to look into the future, I was done so that I would see things were going to work out for me. Not that I was going to hit some difficulty, or not that the world was going to hit some low point, but Like I was known about that moment so I could put forth my best effort and work extra hard. I was told about that moment because, well, something not easy is going to happen. So I gotta bust my touche, as the saying goes, to get things taken care of as fast as I can. Knowing the future is nowhere as fun as creating the moment, putting the energy in the atmosphere in the moment. You're a wild card in the deck, and you can bring forth any existence to the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, however you see it, however you feel with it, how you connect, or Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, any of them, man. Like, and I find this is a world where they live through us, just like my mother lives through me. Divinity lives through us as much as we want to embody it. And embodying it, it does not mean to follow the crowd. It does not mean to fucking sell out to anything. It means to be who you are. It means to let your heart shine through your actions in your day-to-day life. The world's your playground. I mean, you're not hurting nobody at the playground. You get to keep playing, right? Nothing happens. If you did bad stuff in the playground, well, then teachers won't come out and be like, you're gonna have to sit out, time out, whatever. You ain't gonna get to play with everybody else. So it's important on how we do interact with others and play kindly in that kind of a metaphorical way. Though to truly see the world as a playground rather than I gotta pay for this experience here, I gotta pay for that experience here. Shoot, become the experience. Become the experience. Our whole world could change. If everybody dressed up, shoot. If I knew that people were dressing up and going to the grocery store and I didn't have a freaking dollar on me, I'm going to the grocery store every fucking day. Maybe a couple times because I want to see other people dressed up. You know, maybe they might kind of match my kind of whatever. You know, like might meet a new friend or something. That's how I'm gonna know somebody's a little bit different from just the regular average Joe. That I'm not trying to preach at them. I don't care to do anything like that. I wanna jam and hang out and have a good time and meet a new friend in life. And how better? I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna walk in nowhere waving some flag on a pole. That's just a little silly. Unless you might be going to a concert or a jam or whatever kind of thing you're doing. But how do we recognize each other in this world where clothing is no more than a representation of how much money you have? I'll tell you what's been a big compliment to me. I never really speak of it much, but I've seen people driving by in like, I don't know, $80,000, $100+ thousand sports car, whatever, and dude, their whole like they I didn't see their face because usually their windows pretty good, well tinted, but they certainly strolled through slow while I was walking by. That's for sure. In that fast car, they were going pretty awfully slow. That's all I'm saying. You could surround your body with anything you want, and there's a bunch of people who are going to sell you a bunch of things. But your ability to customize the appearance, ooh, that's your uniqueness. It's a big part of your creativity. It's a big part of your splash into the world. And let me put it this way: a lot of people are like, how can you put up with so much negativity, and how can you be so nice, and blah 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 blah, and that kind of thing. Well, I know that my presence alone, to anybody who don't like it, I'm just being me. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. I ain't trying to make fun of nobody. I ain't trying. I'm learning and growing, and I'm having a good time with life. This is what I like. This is what I prefer. This is what I found makes me feel at peace. And if I don't have it, that's okay. I'll still be at peace. But this is what I like. And to all those people who don't like it, who have a stuck old mindset. My behavior, who I am, is this. To the whole motherfucker out. If it applies to you, then go ahead and choke on it or stick it where you need to. I don't give a fuck. Take the whole fist, which is not just the finger, we'll just go with the whole thing in. I don't give a fuck. Because enough people dominated my life with control, smiling in my face while sticking my soul in a hole. And I said, fuck that shit. My very nature, my very being is an act of rebellion against disharmony, segregation, division, all that bullshit. The atrocities done to our lives, to our families, to the prophets of old who never got to see the light of day because, well, if they spoke up, they knew they'd be hanged or they'd be stuck to a stake and burned. And so, for all of them who can't and who did, that's why I stand today in all of that regard. And I think there's a whole lot of people that feel a very similar way that I do, for very similar reasons that I do. And so, together, our presence is level 1 magic. Introduce new colors into a fucking normal fucking room. Introduce a new fucking presence. And it changes the mentality of everybody. It's like you just dropped 1,000 seeds. As soon as the eyes caught glance, there was a seed that got fucked into the mind. In case you didn't hear earlier, you don't know, the word fuck was a little old time machine and it made a hole in the ground and put a seed in it. Hindus use the word bija. I think that's the word, bija. If I'm wrong or mistaken, somebody correct me, but I think I'm pretty darn close. And but that's the seed. It's a seed of an idea, of an essence. Anything could be a seed. An idea could be a seed. An action could be a seed. A deed, whatever could be a seed of a new growth of the person. And so your presence is the seed that they cannot remove. It has been implanted, and once the sight has taken hold, well, the heart must either make balance of it, because I was about to say either something else. The heart must balance, and the heart must make reason of it. If it doesn't make reason of it, the person is stuck. They can't proceed on. It's like seeing a UFO in the sky that you just can't explain. Once you see it, it's going to change your life forever. Once you have that interaction with another spirit from another realm, and you know what you saw clear as day, not on nothing, totally sane, you know what there was. You know you saw it changes your mentality. It changes your aspect. It changes your interaction because you cannot refuse to believe. If you do refuse to believe, that door is not too easy to pop open. Can it be popped back open? Yes, 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 I did. I went through it myself. I popped that door back open. When I walked back through, well, I could not exactly be walking amongst society on the norm. I had to kind of be doing my thing on the inside, like 30 days. I don't even see the sun. I got the windows blocked out. I don't go outside. Everything's delivered. What the heck? I got resources for what I need. If I go outside, it's at night in the dark. There's no light I'm really looking at. Maybe I see that moonlight every once in a while, and during that time, I'm legitimately in my cocoon. I'm in a state to where I can freely transform my mind, my body, and soul in a safe environment, not be judged mid process, not be seen as crazy or nuts, but safely be able to explore all those ideas and realities that truly exist within me, undenied and unsuppressed. for as long as dark or shadow exists within an individual, within oneself, then that one is divided. It doesn't matter if it's 98% light, 2% dark, it's divided. And that's really the construct of that yin yang, is truly seeing how our masculine and our feminine truly are revolving, not a still image, but actively revolving around each other, and that black in the white and the white in the black is literally the the portal between the two places, one within the other, able to access. So dark can access light and light can access dark, and yet they can stay properly separated, but they can join, but they are forever and always unified as one force. And because of that, unified, that can overcome any obstacle, whether it be physical, mental, emotional, or any other way, environmental. Certainly, we can work with that very effectively. Thank you, Quark Arc. So, so Jam, Red Sea, I would love to dress up, but I know I'll get looked at the store, and I already have anxiety and eyes on me, like that will cause a full-blown attack. Okay, let's speak specifically on that, if you don't mind. Correct me or whatever, send me a message if like I cross a line or anything, and I'll not mention. But and however, um, um, okay, so for me and myself, people, when I would get nervous or something, when I thought people were looking at me, I started to like, I just started to dance, and like, and then it was like more people would look. And I'm like, fine, like whatever. I'll just like do my thing. I don't even need music. Like I could just jam anytime. Like I don't know. I got all the sounds of the bells on me, so all I got to do is start moving, and I'm making music. Like I'm an instrument right there, just like that. So, so I start entertaining myself, and as I'm dancing, I get lost in my own head. I'm just in my own world, like hearing the sounds of the bells and everything. I was just in my own world, like completely. And so, like, and I got these little things, and they make sounds. The pearls and the coins and the shells and stuff. And so that's right by my ear. So all of that's like completely. I'm totally wrapped up in my own world, and I started out with this mentality like, shoot, if they're gonna stare at me, then fuck, let me give them something to look at. Why the fuck not? If I can entertain that easily without fucking trying, that's fucking money. That's fucking money, bro. Bro, game changed. The motherfuckers at the top got everybody looking and gawking at them. You think they can make millions of dollars and give a fuck what a motherfucker thinks about them? I don't. Not if you want to be happy every day and enjoy your fucking life. You can't afford to care about what a motherfucker thinks. And the only way to do that is to live it, is to get looked at on a small scale. These movie stars, dude, I all praise and like, bro, like for the ones that are like the good ones and all that stuff. Anyways, well, like, thank you for doing everything y'all have done. What a fuck, what a. But can you possibly imagine from just going to a store and having people look at you? All not That's your not starting there. You start with millions. Millions now start looking at you. and reading about you in the paper. From nothing to millions. I'd rather start with 20 in the store. I'd rather start with 50 in my neighborhood and like get a little bit more and then learn how to adjust to 1,000 and then learn how to adjust to 20,000 and on and on and on. I'd rather get used to that so I could continue to be me and have a fucking good time in life. Be able to see a motherfucker for the fraud he is, move right beyond them motherfuckers, and be able to engage people who are actually connecting with my energy, because ultimately I could give a fuck about entertaining people. I want to connect with individuals who are at my level. I'm not the only one here. I can just verbally articulate it well enough, and I got the kind of style or whatever flares in that I've developed in life that people are catching on to now, whatever. But there's a family of us out there, and I don't care to tell the family what to do. I want to get the family together and be like, oh, you can do that? And you can do that? Uh, could we try something together? I don't care what it is, but like if we put all of our skills together, I'm sure we'll create something the world's never seen, and it's going to be pretty fucking cool. Even if we don't fucking make $1 on it, somebody's going to be inspired and make an even better version, and bam, the world got even better. Wonderful. I'm glad somebody else could benefit. Fuck it, whatever. That's what I'm ultimately after. The only way to get there is to rise together. If we all, I don't want to say all, but shoot, if we all rise our vibration, the world we could enter is truly, in my mind, unimaginable. Garden of Eden, heaven barely do it justice. And I think that's why each one of us, you are very special. You have a gift to bring to this world. I'm happy that you're here. Did you leave a bad comment? That's okay. I'm glad you did. You voiced whatever you saw, whatever. You were expressive. You did what was in your heart. I'm glad that you did. If you held that back, you'd be suppressing, and suppression is not good. Suppression is bad. If you suppress things, things are only going to get worse. Volcano's going to blow up. So I appreciate you for who you are and what you bring to this world, because one day you're going to discover what you're a master of. You're going to discover your talent and what you're just naturally good at, which just comes to you something. Whoa, you not just beginner's luck, but just something you just flow with, but you never studied before, never did anything that you should be familiar with that kind of thing. Continue in that endeavor. Whatever it was, I don't care what it is. I don't care if you didn't like it. Try that endeavor out. Go with it, because what naturally goes, shoot, it's going to flow. And that's where you're going to find success. If you naturally are good with something, shoot, imagine if you put some effort into it. From nice to polished to now you're the entertainer. You're the one at a Renaissance festival that people are coming to see. You got something to give and offer some people at a show or an event that they would have never got anywhere else. And because you got used to people seeing you a little bit different, because you got used to people looking at you, they ain't looking at you. They seeing the divine. They seeing what they could be in one version. They seeing what they might be able to reach, what is possible outside of their restricted limitational space, not from some spiritual journey, but because of some person's, because of some man's dominance upon their consciousness. When I think about the old gods rising, I see our interconnectedness all the way around the world. I see division in existence only out of respect to let somebody be a master at what they do. I don't see division as a bad thing. I see it as understanding where compliments belong on the same plate together. A burger and fries. Don't put my ice, my like shoot, what's something that doesn't go with that? I can't think. Like I was about to say ice cream, but people like ice cream with fries. I do. A little shake with my hot French fries is pretty nice. But something on the plate that shouldn't be there with a burger and fries. So it's like, what are you doing? Like, salad. What you do? That goes on the burger, not on the side. What you doing? Combine it. That could be combined. That's okay. When we learn where things fit together, complementary wise, that's when judgment starts like falling to the curb, and it's like it's an outdated system. It's like it's not that judgment had some advantage and we're leaving it behind. It's that we're actually seeing that judgment was full of failures and frauds. Like for instance, check this out. So the word haste, if you actually look up the definition, I used to love using the word haste, and I wrote my book, and just is available and stuff. Like I'll send you an email. I'll send you a copy, a free PDF copy if you like. It's on Amazon.com, hardback and softback, I believe, on both of those versions. But if you'd like a free PDF copy, I'll type my email, which is cetra@yahoo.com. You can send me an email asking for a free PDF copy. I'll send you a free PDF copy um, on YouTube on my main page. If you click the profile picture or whatnot, it'll have a link to my GoFundMe. If you want to make a donation because you like the book or the reading or whatever, great, awesome, thank you. If you don't or can't, no worries. I don't care. I'm not tripping about it one bit. Um, um, but a word that I wound up creating within, I created a divine love language, received one, created one, however you want to put it, and one word was Vayestes. Now, haste implies that you are moving fast, exceedingly fast. However, there are errors that occur because you're moving fast. So I created Vayestes. Now, let's utilize martial arts training. We're doing the same movement, the same movement, the same movement. Then we're going to learn how to do a combination of movements. And we're going to so do that combination of movements over and 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 over until it becomes flawless. It's a it's like, it's nature, right? It's just nature, right? So Vayestes implies, Vayestes in my language has the meaning that you're moving at an exceedingly fast rate through a process of order with zero error. So you're able to go faster and faster without any error. Um, this is after I developed my love language and wrote this book, and was working with my own language, spiritual language, for quite some time. I had found a book, and it stated for any shaman, for any individual seeking that kind of a path, like that spiritual path, they needed a unique language that was not the common tongue, because the common tongue has had new definitions, new meanings. It has connotations of negativity and positivity that change and come and go as with the seasons. And so a language that's pretty much been untainted, a language that you can actually keep a pure set of thoughts without word having a negative connotation such as errors or problems in that kind of a situation, um, is very key and paramount to being able to make advancement. There's more and more coming out about this. There are more scientists actually releasing information of their studies about this. Language impacts our brain. The language we speak heavily impacts our brain and the psyche, and we can rewire our brain. We can create new structures and pathways in our brains. And so we can train our heart and our mind to be in synchronicity with our body. And we can turn something that would naturally be a negative reaction into positive, healthy reactions. We can learn through that process that transmutation is happening of energy that received onto what we are doing. And to be aware of that process, well, awareness within the mind, allowing the body to see what it's doing, certainly brings balance. Very welcome, goddess. Evie, like a light language. Um, yeah, I would say so. Thank you, Jam. I saw that you put your true gem. Thank you. Thank you for being yourself. Super welcome. Um, like a light language. Yeah, like a light language. Um, so like for instance, there's another word. The first word I received was kokula, and kokula is not a name. It's not a being. It's not a title. It's more of an acknowledgement. And kokula has the meaning of the understanding of the all being. And that understanding is that the divine being who created everything, they became exactly what I needed to connect with so that I could advance my mind. They morphed into what name I needed to connect with. They morphed into that appearance. They took on that form so that I could realize who I am. And they changed their appearance and they changed their name for you, just like they did for our ancestors thousands, millennia of years ago. From seeing like in India, they have the Sahasranama. The Sahasranama has like 108 or 1,008 names. I think it's 1,008 names of the Divine Mother, and each of these names are like descriptions and aspects of herself. I might have the word wrong or the type wrong or whatnot, but they have these. I am saying the wrong one. Anyways, I'm not gonna worry about. But they have particular ones, and it has 1,008 names or 108 names of the different of the same deity of the same divine. And it's because this divine went to different towns, and each town had their own names. So when mentioning the 1,008 names or the 108 names, they're acknowledging everybody else who had their interaction. They're acknowledging that these different names, they are the same being. They're not saying my name's better than your name, I gotta kill you. They're not doing that. The fuck? They're not doing that. Think about that. They accept. They saw the same thing, different name. They acknowledge their neighbor as, whoa, that's family. We share that reality, that experience in common. And so Kokola is the fact of saying, I believe that you are talking to the divine. How you see them, how you honor them, how you communicate with them, and I honor that. I respect that. I believe that because of this reality. I believe it. So Kukula allows one to get past arguing about the name of God or the name of the being who's whatever, and everybody's been arguing over. Kokula was a form of thinking and processing that said, "We are on equal ground. I respect our differences. Let us continue to walk." The walk is the talk and chatting back and forth and sharing and being who you are. Not needing to change somebody else under what you see or how you believe it to be, but allowing each one to exercise their mind's faculty powers to the extent that they need to. Yeah, Mama Busi. Exactly. Yep, you got it right there. Whoa. Very cool, Mike. Michael? I'm not talking about that town, but that's really cool. Uh, so like Mama Busi, somebody wanted me to do it. Mama Busi, she got it right on there. There's I just put a H at the end, but really like you don't need the H if you're saying law. It's kind of the same sound. You don't technically need the H at the end. But that was she put that in pretty much darn correctly. Um, and what happened when these words in this book came to me particularly, the first time I was living in the woods and I saw this very unique symbol within the coals of one of the logs, and I was inclined to write it down because it looked so unique. I never seen something like this. Looked very distinct. So I wrote the first symbol down, and as soon as I wrote this first symbol down, Kogola came to me. As soon as I sounded that out phonetically, then the understanding shorthand came to me, and essentially spent the next year receiving all the words, and then I spent the next 7 years essentially adding layers, combining information, and really expounding it into the book that it is now. Um, But one big thing about every single word in this particular book is it's not a standalone language. There's no like hellos or goodbyes. It's supposed to be a language that can complement any language, because all of these words they can sound Japanese, they can sound Indian, they look some sound like Italian words, and they're just what I received. I didn't make them up. I specifically intuited, received specific sounds within my mind, um, and copied those down as best as I could on that phonetic side, and and the words convey emotional presence. Every single word has an emotional reality to it. Um, Naturally, words in our world do not convey emotion attached to them, but a lot of there's another word, and essentially, uh, I haven't looked at it in so long, but but the meaning of the word. So you've had a best friend at some point in your life, and then you said something, or they said, it's usually yourself. I said something, and then the best friend looks at you differently, and then they don't talk to you, and you're sitting there, and you're in a twixt of emotions, because it's like if they come back right away, I'm going to say I'm sorry, um, dude, and we're going to be like best friends, like super best friends. But there's a huge chance that they don't come back and say anything at all. So there's this feeling of this huge like, yeah, and then there's also this feeling of this like, ah, and one is carrying that, walking with that. Uh, Essentially, I created a word that has that, carries that emotional meaning, very specific, that emotion. Like there's no word to describe that twixt of two emotions and that I've been familiar with. So I wound up creating a word for it. And now, if there's someone that we were actually actively implementing that language upon our speech, um, I'll say it wrong. I could look it up. Um, but um, but it was things like that that I paid attention to that nobody was describing, and those are the kind of things that my mind looks at. Is where nobody else is looking. If I know other people are looking in the direction, then guess what? It's going to be recorded. It's going to be written down. It's going to be on the TV. It's going to come out in life somehow. It's put down. Somebody else got it taken care of. So let me look where nobody else is looking. I mean, how else do you come up with an original idea or a discovery or something like that? Unless you can find what nobody else has been able to find that everybody's been looking for. That's a unique one. Yeah, very nicely said, Michael. So, Michael, like all you gotta do, you mentioned that you usually dismiss a bunch of that stuff, and so what I would recommend is, since this is something constant in your life, then it just happens for you. You don't necessarily even have to try. It's just part of your life. So I'd carry a very physical little journal around. Grab one at a store, make one, whatever. I'd go give myself a journal if I were you. I would heavily recommend having a journal, something small that you would keep with you, but not too small that's like, throw in the drawer and lose it kind of a thing. And a pen, pencil, so that you could write those ideas as they come to you. You don't have to believe those ideas. You don't have to dismiss them. You don't have to look crazy. There's nothing wrong with writing your ideas. That's acceptable. That's a diary. That's your own life. I don't write diary on mine. I got two dragons on mine. It's like a male and female kind of dragon. You could have anything, but I would encourage you very much so to do that. And you can, and essentially, once your journal book's filled up, that's when you go back through it. You have another book that's actually separated into subjects that are contained within your journal. So then you go page by page by page, and if it fits into that subject matter, you copy that information there, and each one for each subject matter. So now you have chapters, you have individualized sections of information that all your notes go back to. Now that you have it all organized, you could do that on computer or whatever. But now that you have all of that organized from a completed book, you're going to create a Marvel Wonder. And when you take that Marvel Wonder and it turns out to something that's got a hard real cover, and you go, hey, buddy, I got this. Check it out. You know how many people never finish writing a book? The odds are heavily against you if you're writing a book. The majority of people never even finish writing the book. Screw being successful and making $1 off your book. People don't even successfully finish writing the dang thing. You write all your notes, put it all together and organize it. Put it out. Lulu Duckers, self-publishing things online. Amazon.com, just click away over the button to make it accessible to them. Boom. You're global. You got a product. really kind of doesn't matter what you say or have to share. It's exploratory, it's out there. It's new, it's fancy, it's intuited, and ultimately it's from divine source. And if it goes nowhere other than helping you yourself understand yourself better, still a win. Still a solid win. And anybody can do that. There's another word that came to me. Uh, uh, Gochichiwa. I think that's one of the words I got. Anyways, there's one. I think it is that word. And in native, in Indian, is has the meaning that I received and wrote down was like it was different verbiage, but it was saying the exact same thing. And I was like, totally intuited this stuff. Totally like I didn't study. I had looked into I had tried to learn Japanese for 6 months of my life. That was it. When I wrote this book, when I received this language, I had not gotten into tarot. I had not gotten in. I mean, the new over the 8 years, there's more advancement, but that core language that I received was I did not study anything at that point. No, I didn't know. I didn't get into. I was Jehovah's Witness for 28 years. I was born and raised. I was a Jehovah's Witness. You think I'm going around fucking with Hindu this or demons that or gargoyle this? Shit, I watched Harry Potter once at the movie. I watched it once when it came on HBO or Cinemax or whatever, and that was it. Because you weren't supposed to be into magic on that stuff, so I limited what I had. And like I didn't own the movie or whatever back then. Of course, I got the whole thing now and all that good stuff. But seriously, I was, my brain was in a cage, and the only way I could really fathom that I connected with these words is 129 words, and of many of them having. When I got into learning Indian, when I got into learning that, that's where I discovered they do have a lot of words to describe what I'm going through, and but not necessarily the words I've described. Some might line up, but for what I put together, um, I found a handful of words connect with others, point for point. Um, and yeah, others, I couldn't find anything on them or whatnot. Um, it's interesting. It's interesting. And I mean, if you're gonna start working with another civilization, man, even though we think a country, another group of people. I mean, first thing best would be to do is to study their language in it a little bit, even if one couldn't be fluid in it. To study another one's language before they start any negotiations or workings or partnerships or anything like that. Can one process another language before trying to speak with their heart? The heart is the hardest language to accurately communicate from the body and the mouth. That information has so many places to get messed up on its delivery. That's for sure. I mean, pretty accurate, Michael. Well, interesting. That was thank you, Evie. I was thinking about commenting on that. So is it about alien language? Yes, but it's our alien language. Every tribe must have two things. A true a true tribe must have two things. Its distinct culture, which is the way we live life, and its language that creates a tribe. Because it's what we all come from, it's what we remember, it's what our generation was, it's what that grouping brought together, and we're going to make sure that what those lessons we learned, they stay within society, that they are remembered amongst not just us but the world. That tribe is going to hold that ground of the lessons that they've been taught and the values that they've learned through the hard lessons they've been through, so they could teach their children and every generation after them how to avoid those troubles. And so I've seen that this new tribe of humanity, that is humanity, we've been lacking a language. We have the culture, believe it or not, we got the culture. The healer, the spiritualist, all this kind of stuff we got the culture, we've developed it. It is our generational reality, going through different experiences, but somehow we gain the same lesson on many lessons. Some interesting stuff. So I've seen that tribe was always in existence, and it was my yearning to be able to somehow bring that together. And I saw what we were like. We had the culture, we do it independently all over the world. It doesn't matter. That energy of the heart to do good for another person transcends every language, barrier, room, religion, grouping, everything. But I saw that we were lacking a language that we could all somehow connect to or connect with. You know, even in one's modern tongue, I don't care what language, especially in an American. Hey, from grandfather to grandchild, the darn word has a new definition. Why don't you create a new word, you stupid people? Why'd you give a new definition to an old word? Now grandpa can't talk to grandchild because your word's all off. They have different meanings. Say the same words, but they have different definitions. That's why a tribe has their own language. It's their language. And so, in a lot of addition to a lot of other aspects of that book being written in its totality of what it has been written in, that's one of the parts. That's one of the realities of it. Hey, what's up, Spirit Mystery? I'm in the U.S.
You know, Rabbit Stick 1, I would like us to live in a world where the word reservation is fucking gone and the tribe of the world lives. That's what I wish. That's what I work for. That's what I live for. That's what I dress for every single day of my life. A goddamn reservation is our fucking land all the way across the fucking world. Goddamn India has reservations for their own people. Did you know that? They got reservations for theirs too. Why can't we just live? Why can't we hunt like we did? Why is it gotta be a fucking, why we gotta be separate? The whole humanity's nationality needs to unify. We all need to connect to our tribal reality. That's been lost across the board. Fenced in with a fucking sideshow, fenced in with fucking problems put on from other motherfuckers to stop a group of people from becoming who they are. Bro, what we live in today, it ain't, it's fucked off, and you know it. That's why we all worldwide opening our eyes to see how important things need to change and how they change is with our behavior, not through revolt, but with positivity, with the change in our behavior to open up this world in every aspect of person. Just because they might be wearing one type of clothing or another, they should be brought together to see how much they have in common. That's where I see it. My family around this world's been oppressed, killed, enslaved, and every other thing you can remember. This is the day, these are the days when our hearts sing. They sing through the actions of our bodies, creating a new environment, a new harmony. And that new harmony isn't just the past, but it is a combination of present and past coming together, ancestor and child uniting, knowing how close that spirit realm and our divine father and mother are connected with us. May none of us ever have to chase that rabbit stick again. That's why I dress the way I dress, because I ain't chasing that goddamn carrot at the end of the stick. I ain't chasing somebody's bait. I ain't going after their distraction. I know what I love and I know what I'm aimed at. And that's the way I'm going to keep focused throughout my life. All the way till I enter the next life. Till the end becomes the beginning. Transformation. You don't even have to worry about death. What do I identify as? Moots asked that a couple times. Oh, well, let me answer that as I'm going up to comments. I, whatever you need me to be, I don't care. Whatever you need to see me as, let me feel it so your brain can work what it needs to so it can advance forward. This is who I am. This is what I am. And for me, people who can look past the cover, they can see my heart. And my family, they knew me from the start. But I'm into ladies. Now I haven't had a girlfriend or anything for years, um, or anything on anything on this level. Or but I'm straight. Um, I don't care if somebody calls me a girl or a dude or says bro or says sis. Man, I think it's cool when a lady calls me sister. Like, yo, what's up? I'm in touch. Like, we can chat. It's cool. And so, like, I'm chatting and we're just getting along like two sisters would or like two brothers would. And, it's adaptable, flowable. I'm not an animal. I know that much. I'm not just an animal. Some people. uh, but uh, but yeah, as far as identification, shoot. Sometimes I confuse myself in the mirror. So should I get upset because somebody else got confused? Heck no, I don't care. Um, MH2731, etc. Do you not add milk to your tea? Not normally. Not normally. I'm pretty. Okay, so for the past many years, I've been stuck on rations. Essentially, I get what I get and I make it last as long as I can. Because I do not have a regular incoming job, because I don't have a regular flow of money. So I've been moving from place to place for the past many years since 2022. And while I do have milk, I guess I just not have been in the habit of adding milk. Um, but there's something about bitterness that my mind does that my taste buds don't mind. Um, like when I drink coffee or when I drink tea or coffee for that matter, I want to taste it as it is without sweetener, without honey, without cinnamon, without anything at first, because I want to taste it what it is. Is it good in its original quality? Because if I had to dress it up as a bunch of other flavors, then why did I put the fucking bitter shit in it if all I want is this cup of sweetness? I didn't need any coffee. I just needed a bunch of sugar and whatever else. And boom, sugar water. That's all I'm drinking. Um, but a lot of things I just haven't been on the custom of having a plenty. And so I get used to my surroundings as most people do. And but actually, putting some milk in my tea actually sounds pretty good right about now. That you mentioned it. Michael Wardwell, like, yeah, like mentioning how like people like how if you're focusing, you can you can start hearing their thoughts. Okay, you could understand this in this aspect. So hearing somebody else's thoughts literally is like that low level one magic of subliminal messaging, because now you're hearing other thoughts, and those that incoming channel of information is having an influence upon the self. And then like you stopped focusing on people and stuff because you noticed that was happening. So a lot of people will come up to me even in person and they'll be like, yo, can you tell me my energy, can you tell me how I am or whatever? And I'm like, not exactly. I mean, not in the moment like that, because I mean, I'm not trying to pay attention to you at all. I'm not trying to register all that information. I'm not trying to get your life's downloaded into me. Just like you're talking about, Michael. Not reaching for that.
I'm not. I got enough of my own, man. I'm not. and it's so. But I would. Some people ask me, so I pay attention or whatever, and yeah, I start hearing, and boom, I start talking. And, oh my gosh, wow. So Michael, now I'm just throwing this out there. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying it's an idea in my mind. So if you focus on somebody, you start hearing thoughts, you start hearing words. Bro, start up a fucking sideshow, go to a Renaissance show, whatever. Put on you some put on some clothes that are gonna get you attention. Call somebody over. Fucking put your I say command, put my hand on your shoulder, whatever the fuck. Do something to make it look kinda like what's going on. And then start fucking saying the words that are popping into your head. Word for word. Say the exact name. Say the words. Because what happens to me is like two, three words pop into my head, and then I start. That's my go point because those two, three words were just like was enough. I needed to keep talking for the next 5 minutes, and or however long. And people have been pretty astonished at my ability to do that. And I didn't know I could till somebody asked me if I could. And I guess I could do the same thing too, you know. And but literally, like those are the kind of abilities that not only that we have, that other people have who don't have good intentions. That's why we live in a world of spy versus spy. Because it doesn't matter what a motherfucker looks like. I'm trying to bless people all fucking day long with my energy. But I got to scare away the bad bully ass motherfuckers. And that's why I am the way I am. We read earlier about the ajna, the chakra brow, and the energies that resonate upon that brow. It was sometime after I had been learning about the Indian ways, going to the Hindu temple, and people had associated my style of dress with Shiva, and they were accurate. And I didn't know it. But everything they told me about and pointed me to, I went and looked up the information, and I was like, holy freaking cow, I'm trying to dress up Egyptian, and I'm looking like Shiva. Yeah, yeah, small world. And and that's when I learned that Shiva, he has two third eyes, one of creation and one of destruction. And that's what we just read in detail on the Kemetic on the Egyptian side. One of the forms of the Divine Mother, she's gonna burn every single motherfucking threat to her husband, to her any threat to the body is gonna be fucking consumed. But with the other aspect, there was creation, there was love, there was tender, there was care. So the ability to psychically both protect the external from hitting while we nurture the living. Thank you, Hernandez. Susan Dolores. Very welcome. Michael Wardwell said, "You ever had that feeling like you died in life and then they like restarted in a parallel life? I feel like that's happened to me before a couple of times. Like I feel like death is something stranger. We're going beyond the 10-hour mark today. I feel like going forward here. Okay, I like that one. Um, yes, many times. And here's the reality in that, okay? You meet a new best friend, and they're into spiritual stuff too, or whatever you're both into. And you fucking grow and grow and grow and grow and grow, and then all of a sudden you hit this plateau. There's no more growth to be had. One of you is going to take the next step. The only way to take that next step is not to go straight up, but it is to step upon that they may step higher. This is not a negative sense. This is not done in a bad sense. There's no vengeance. There's nothing of that in this mix. It's because two people leveled out, and the maximum that the negative and the positive could put together, it generated what it generated, and it's waiting for the next evolutionary process of your own self. The best friend was you the whole fucking time, and you had to evolve, and either you were going to move forward or they were. So they proved they weren't going to take the next step. You had to do it. And when you take the next step, they're done being your friend. They're done with you forever because they're going to stay where they are. They were there the whole time. They were another rung in Jacob's ladder of your very own life next to each other. Our soul, literally sees itself and talks with itself from flesh to flesh in the same physical moment, and we are years apart. Yes, I have felt that death many times over. That's why I send love to every single person who could not grow with me. That's why I think positively, even of the people who did me wrong and dirty, because I needed them in my life to know what I will not accept, to know what I won't put up with. I needed that version of myself. I had to live like that, and I'm still back there. That's why I don't forget where I came from, because when I succeed, I'm sending blessings like lightning all the way back through every single one of those people. I don't forget. Love does not forget. God does not forget. A mother and a father are not going to forget their child. It don't matter if that child was evil, ugly, or anything. They ain't gonna forget them. And that's how I could tell the difference between man and God. Because man will fuck you over. Man, they made up the fucking word demon. They are the fucking, they can be very much that embodiment of demonic forces. But God, divinity, they only want to support your life. They only want to nurture your life and protect it. That's what I found is the difference. That's how I could realize who was actually operating the body in front of me. Because even the user, if they ain't self-aware, if they ain't self-realized, they don't have the freedom to act to their own cognitive design. They are acting in response, thus a reaction, thus they are the effect of the causes of a greater entity that's controlling them, which has caused them to see differently than me, which has caused them to hate me or judge me or whatever that classification falls into. And thus with that understanding, I know in my heart and in my being that there's a solution we all need, and that solution does not involve violence, harm, or dismay, but it does mean shaking up the established order of what is acceptable. What is acceptable? Certain things should no longer be acceptable in our world. Homelessness should not be fucking acceptable. People starving should not be acceptable. People without water should not be acceptable. These three fundamental things we got to change somehow or some way, and the only way we can do that is recognizing our connectedness. And worldwide, no man or woman left behind. But nutmeg is definitely good. Though it is about 10:12, it is a little past. And we usually been calling it about that time at 10. So I'm going to say much love, many blessings. Thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying today. Um, Thank you for your comments. Thank you for hanging out, all that good stuff. Um, and Donna Day go I. Till we see you next time.